Welcome to MGM Northfield Park. It is Battle of Lake Erie night. The 38th Battle of Lake Erie takes place here in just a few hours. And here are tonight's scratches and changes for our 16 race program. Note there are quite a few, so take note. Starting in the first, the driver of number 5, Samantha Hill, is TBA. Over to race number 3, make the driver of the 5, Cheyenne Tough, Peter Wren. And number 7, Attention Span, will be driven by Jason Bartlett. Flip to the 5th, put Jason Bartlett on the 3, Cruiser with Class. Over to the 6th, Dan Noble drives the 1, Clearly Dreamin'. Jeremy Smith on the 3, ATI Beats You to It. In the 7th, the driver of number 6, No Cryin' in the Uber, is TBA. Flip to the 8th, scratch the 5, Rooney and Tune, Sick. Note there is a driver change there in the 7 for Knockout Rock. That's Ronnie Wren Jr. Flip to the 9th, take out the 6, Wicked Bling, scratched Sick. Dan Noble drives the 4, Flippin' Lucky. In the 11th race, note there's $25,000 estimated in that pick 4 tonight. It's the Battle of Lake Erie for $200,000. Scratch number 7, Charlie May, scratched Sick. Over to the 12th, the driver of number 3, Somewhere Under Heaven, TBA, scratch the 4, the Gypsy Queen, Sick. In the 13th race, $25,000 estimated 20-cent super high 5. It's the $75,000 MGM Buckeye Distaff. The driver of number 6, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey, is TBA. In the 14th, the driver for the 7, Drinkin' My Baby Goodbye, TBA. 15th race, number 3, Luxury Living, TBA. And in the 16th, number 4, New Number Who Dis, is a driver change to be announced later. So those are the scratches and changes for tonight's 16-race program. It's the Battle of Lake Erie. The track is fast. The temperature's in the mid-70s. And we're getting ready to go in 28 minutes. I'm track announcer Kenny Livengood, wishing you the best of luck tonight. And coming up now, a special pregame Battle of Lake Erie handicapping show with Michael Carter and Gabe Pruitt.
Well, good evening, racing fans, and welcome to MGM Northfield Park. Michael Carter alongside of my good friend Gabe Pruitt. Welcome back to Northeast Ohio, my friend.
Oh, glad to be back. One of your guys' biggest nights, obviously, and one of my favorite places. So it's always good to come pay a visit to Northfield.
Yeah, the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie. We're going to go through this massive 16-race program. Lots going on, including a couple of estimated pools later on, that pick 4 and that super high 5. It's all highlighted by that $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie. Let's kick things off with race number 1. It's a Filly Mare condition event. It's a maiden event. And listen, man, this is a really stacked group to kind of start things off. A full field of 9. My top pick currently is at 7-1 is the 6 Diamonds Delight. Picks up Chris Page, was second in a return to the races and seems to be getting better with every start.
Yeah, the start that she most likely needed there,
Yeah,
but she's off a
absolutely.
little bit of a layoff. I tend to try and beat favorites. We both, I think that we like to go with that. I'm not sure why the age is the favorite of the board right now. That one has escaped me. But the 5 Samantha Hill, I think, is going to be the favorite at the end of the day. Hunter Myers back a bit late over at the Meadows today, so that's going to be a driver change. Keep your eyes posted for who that is. But this is a horse, Mike, that likes to come from off the pace.
Yeah.
Could leave herself a lot of work to do. She's 3 or 4 to 5 at that spot. I thought just a little bit short here. I think the 3 Checkpoint 6, Ronnie Wren Jr., I think he's going to be aggressive at this spot. Good post. So I thought he might just have a tactical edge possibly to leave out here. I'm going to give him a slight edge in a bit of a wide open group.
Yeah, it's a pretty wide open affair. And like you said, we like to beat the chalk, so to speak. And if you're going to do it, why not beat it in the first race, right?
Yeah, well, so we got to start. So we can't do it every race if we don't do a race 1. But I've got some chalk in my back pocket for tonight as well. Don't worry.
You and me both. Don't you worry about that. Race number 2 kicks off that early pick 4. It is an Ohio Sire Stakes event for $100,000, a field of 6, and it is small, Gabe, but it is mighty.
Yeah, it's a deep group. As you said, just 6, but I think there are really 4 horses here that could win this race. I think it's that type of event, and even the other 2 that I don't really give a win prospect are no slouches, believe me. Kicks off the early pick 4. Eastle is my top choice. It's a horse 2 for 2 bike this season, and a horse that's won so easily. So to What the Hill, Trader Melanie ran, Pete ran to the bike. Again, I think, for the top spot in my mind, it's sort of a 4-race affair. I think that this horse is going to be the better price of all 4, and he's done nothing wrong. So he's got a lot of upside. Third start back off the layoff, from 2. As a horse who won 5 times as a freshman. So I think, hopefully 9-2, 5-1, my top choice in the second.
Now, trainer Melanie Wren is a 19% winner first time off the layoff, so a really good selection there. I'm going to go with the Scalacci gang from the rail in the 1 Royal Precedent. Comes off a very impressive victory, against non-winners of 8,000 last 4. And, this is for 3-year-old colts and geldings. That was against older horses. That's what made that line really stick out to me. And Royal Precedent off the rail with Ronnie Wren Jr. And I know you've got an affliction for the Scalacci.
Oh, yeah. Got a couple of overnight horses with them. We'll see tomorrow. I'm going to stay over and watch those overnight horses tomorrow night. Hopefully you've got a good spot for me to have some success. But early speed, inside post, I think it's a logical place. The horse made over 170,000 last season. So, again, 1 of 4 that could win in here. I just think, this is going to be one of the shorter prices in the field.
All right, race number 3. It kicks off the Buckeye Stallion Series for 3-year-old colt and gelding pacers. Another wide open affair. You've got horses like Sidebar, who really likes Northfield Park, has 3 wins in 7 starts here. That's my second choice. Top pick for me, though, is to the 5, Shy and Tough. Was second last time out at the Meadows and is coming off of a victory and has done almost nothing wrong this season.
And good early speed, and we, of course, want to send our thoughts and prayers out. Mike Wilder not going to be here tonight, involved in an incident over at the Meadows earlier. Pete Wren's going to drive this horse. 2 for 16. He's won some fast miles, but he's total long. I thought maybe, those times were going to really drive down that price here. We haven't seen him do a lot of the heavy lifting in some of those efforts. I like the one Leaving a Legend. We get Kane Kaufman, who, if anyone follows the Southern Ohio circuit, Kane has been known to blow up the tote board on a pretty regular occasion. This horse was buried, Mike. He was 3rd on the inside last time at Souder, just buried hopelessly, it seemed, at the top of the stretch. Dove down in double deep in the passing lane, came loaded finishing there. Second, he was only beaten ahead. So I thought that was really a step in the right direction for him. I think it's the best start we've seen from this son of a bit of a legend in his career. 9-2 in the morning line. What better than post 1 here at Northfield? So I'm going to try a little bit of a minor upset there, Leaving a Legend. I think the 5, Shy and Tough, could certainly win, but I just think he's going to be overbet.
Now, Leaving a Legend, as you said, the son of Bit of a Legend, a Battle of Lake Erie champion in his own right. And funny story about Kane Kaufman. My first time here, I called him Kanye Kaufman.
Wow,
so,
okay. Well, that's...
obviously wrong,
I
but...
may start calling him Kanye Kaufman. I sort of like that.
All right. Race number 4 is a Filly Bear Condition event. It kicks off a pick 3. Races 4, 5, and 6. This is another stacked field of 9 for Santa Fe Cat. Get some post relief. Top pick here for me is the 5, Love That Smile, for trader Tisha Symes and driver Bo Brown. And you know what? It's not Tisha Symes anymore. It's Tisha Brown.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe we get the USTA to catch up here on the marriage, and congratulations to them on the marriage and their child on the way. So congratulations to Tisha and Bo. Yeah, this horse made over $250,000, Mike, and really this is a field of optional 8-10 type clavers. I just think class plays a lot of difference here. I'm not sure what the Trackmaster was working with, and they made this horse 9 in the morning. We're not going to get 9-2 on this horse, but my top choice as well. We'll see how the 6 does. Hill of the Night, fresh claim goes into Corey Kreischer's bond. Early speed here. This is a mare that likes to win, 6-time winner, but at the end of the day, you've got an 8-claimer here taking on a mare that's been in for 50 at her last start. I just think class-wise, Love That Smile sort of stands out in the 4th.
Someone else to quickly mention in there is the 9, Miss Hannah Hunter. The second tier isn't always the best for some horses, but here at Northfield, the second tier tends to do pretty well. In fact, it wins a lot more than post 7 and 8.
Yeah, and it's a good starting slot, especially if you got a mare this one that seems to like to be covered up, maybe just told on, and could get in for a minor slice. I think maybe a little tough in here to be a win prospect, but certainly could be a factor underneath.
All right, race number 5 is the Buckeye Stallion Series for 3-year-old colt and gelding pacers. Stacked field here, and I'm going with the chalk here, unfortunately. I'm going to go to the 2, High on the Hill, for trainer Brian Brown and driver Ronnie Wren Jr. was 7th last time out. Got a really tough trip from post 10. You sort of have to throw that line out. Was 2nd the week before against Buckeye Stallion
Series. Well, I'm so glad
company.
I could drive up here to disagree with you. It's one of my favorite things to do, but this is a favorite that I think we've got chinks in the armor here, folks. This is what I'm going to try and beat, because I'll tell you why. You said it was a tough trip last time. Post, second tier Souda, not great. This horse was second over, very flat in my mind. I think taking a look back at that, a horse that didn't win last year, but made 60 grand, so it's sort of a fringe player here in the Buckeye State, but missed time. We've missed a couple of weeks into the night. Horse coming off a flat effort. I just see a couple of chinks in the armor. I really like the 3 Cruiser with Class. We're going to get Jason Bartlett tonight. This is a horse that's been on the improve every single start that we've seen him so far this year. First up last time out there at Souter Downs. The only horse that beat him was the one that followed him. Second up, who got by in there in the late stages. Thought it was a good effort. Step in the right direction here for Charlie Duff. Love the fact we get Jason Bartlett in the bike tonight as well. So I'm going upset watching here. Cruiser with Class to try to knock you off.
Well, hopefully that horse isn't singled in your pick 4, because if you're singled to that one closing it out, they might have to.
Yeah, no, I actually did go too deep there. So don't worry. I did toss your top selection. I wasn't able to completely take a stand against you.
All right. Race number 6 kicks off the $1 low 14% takeout pick 5. It is a field of filly and mare, not versus 2 company. Top pick here for me is the 5, the Dragon Queen. Picks up Jason Bartlett. Nice to see some of the national guys in to drive here tonight. Jason Bartlett in from Yonkers Raceway, and he's got a good amount of drives with Brett Miller being off his drives here this evening. Did win by a head against this class last week after the perfect trip.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing. Sometimes I like to bet against horses that have had a perfect trip win. Everything went right for them. Odds are probably not going to go completely perfect for him again this week. But, it's a logical contender, and I don't make it a habit, by the way, of going for a record like that I went for here. 3 for 51, by the way, is my top choice here, and probably going to be the favorite off the rail. We get Dan Noble, who's typically very aggressive. I know Dan knows what to do with post 1 at Northfield. Clearly dreamy. The last win, in fact, Mike came back in late April, right down the road there at Miami Valley. I think we get similar circumstances here tonight. I think clearly dreamy, right down the pipe.
All right, and another horse that you and I both use just real quick is the 7 Cobbler, who seems to be getting better and better with every start. All right, race number 7 is the Buckeye Stallion Series, exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering, and another loaded field here this evening in the Buckeye State. The Buckeye Stallion Series and Ohio Sire Stakes are really some competitive programs, and my top pick here is the 6, No Crying in the Uber. No Crying in the Uber was a winner last time out, but was disqualified and placed 4th. Did put up a Trackmaster 88 number, which was very strong against that.
Yeah, and I'm actually willing to admit I may have overlooked this guy because, when I started to dig back into this race, this horse was DQ'd just for going inside the pylon. Yeah. But he did all the heavy lifting in that mile down at Salado, paced 51 and change. So, take nothing away from that guy. He was 21 to 1 that night. We'll see ultimately who ends up driving this horse. TBA here at the moment. But Rain Rock, if you go back and watch some of your replay rollbacks there, and that Noble Day and Sam Fottle, this horse had no chance. He tried to lead, that he had to wrestle him back, got away mid-back. He was immediately covered up. He never really got a chance to race Mike to the last 40 yards. When he got through, he exploded. He got all he could get there. So I'm just hoping the circumstances are a little bit different. Mr. Merriman typically does not get pinned in too much here at Northfield Park.
Not at all.
So I think Rain Rock might try to come out swinging, so to speak, and I gave him the edge in race 7. But I do think you're onto a sneaky long shot there as your top selection.
All right, race number 8 kicks off the 50-cent pick 6. A full field here for the Buckeye Stallion Series for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers. Top pick for me is the chalk here, 6 Dancing Moon. Jeremy Smith is in to drive. Has put up some strong Trackmaster figures. I'm a big Trackmaster guy when it comes to handicapping the races. Did have 3 straight victories before finishing 3rd in the Noble Land.
Yeah, and got out of there a little quick. Had post 8, made the lead, 26 and change. Just flattened out a little bit, so it wasn't... like the horse race bad, finished 3rd, and hats off to Jeremy Smith. The guy's been on a tear, leading driver at Miami Valley. He's aggressive. He's been doing a good job. Team Hager, but here, the scratch inside of him can't hurt tonight either. I actually start from post number 5, so I think he's going to have a much easier time making the lead tonight. I know Mr. Noble may have something to say about that from that inside post, but I think Dancing Moon gets the lead a little easier tonight, is able to ration out that speed, and I think he's the one to beat as well.
Race number 9, we got to give a shout out. Peter Otten's got a horse in here. Your broadcast partner over at the Meadowlands, Jessica Otten, obviously involved with Flippin' Lucky as well. Top pick for me, though, in there is the 8 Indiana's Quest for trainer Ron Burke.
Yeah, I agree. Short price, but better than long face, as they say sometimes. I think, get a scratch inside. So if you were worried about post 8, I wasn't particularly. But, that's going to help a little bit, too, with the scratch. I think this is a horse that just blasts out, goes to the lead, and I think the horse has been odds on. The last couple of starts at this level, I see the same thing coming tonight, Mike.
All right, before race number 10, we're going to take a very short timeout, and we'll be right back. Back here in the press box at MGM Northfield Park, Michael Carter alongside of Gabe Pruitt. I was having a coughing attack, so we had to get
Yeah, it was quite erratic coughing attack at that, but you seem to be much better now.
Yeah. Race number 10, exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering for the Buckeye Stallion Series. One Seaside Delight for our man Kane Kaufman was 7th against Ohio Sire Stakes Company. Is facing definitely easier company this week, coming off a second-place effort last time.
Yeah, and actually that's the DQ race. We just looked at the horse that cut that mile that got DQ'd for a pylon violation. So we followed that horse. He couldn't get by him. Kane's probably going to blame me for jinxing him a couple times tonight because I'm on board. But he did draw a good post up here. He can't complain about his post draws here at Northfield Park. Post one again. I thought this horse would leave the gate, Mike, get out of here, track close. You know, it's a bit of a deep group, but slight edge here for me to see Side the Light.
All right, race number 11 kicks off that $25,000 estimated pick four. It is the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie, a wide open affair. And I'm using Carbine, a horse you don't even have. And I looked at Carbine earlier in the detention barn, and wow, what a massive looking horse.
Yeah, and he's coming off a win down against the Open Company at Southern Downs. We know that Southern Ohio circuit is no joke down there. This, in my opinion, is the race of the year so far, Mike. So hats off to you guys here, Dave B. and Cody at the race office. A little bit of a buzzkill that Charlie May got scratched there. We'd like to see him. He's such an Ohio fan favorite, but to take nothing away from this group, this is an absolute shootout here. Again, for my buddy, this is the race of the year. And the horse that's had basically bad luck in all the big dances so far, that's my top pick, Desperate Man. He was actually out, nearly every step up there at Yonkers in the Borgata. He was battling on with Hullabaloo. From the outset, they sort of just dropped the gloves and the race started. Last time out, he was first up there a long way, pulled to the 3/8 mark in that Auger Memorial at Harris Philly. Out the rest of the way, battled on, nearly held third, got tagged right at the light for third. So I just think post 9 tonight is going to force him possibly to stay covered up a little bit. I think if this horse trips out, stays close, I think he's going to pack a powerful punch when it counts. Matt Catley, I know, was up driving at some of the stakes events at Pocono a little earlier today, so I'm sure he'll be happy to make it here in time. Former regular pilot here at Northfield Park, by the way. So, I just think he trips out here, gets it done. The other horse, it's just a good group. By the Missile, second off the shelf. I just think he's going to be overbet. Is this the same By the Missile? It could be. He raced fine his first start back, but sometimes year-to-year horses, let's see how good they show back up. I'm just not ready to take a short price for the top spot on By the Missile. Aaron's going to be aggressive off the inside. And how about Hullabaloo? He won the Borgata this year at 11-1. He won the Borgata last year 47-1. Stepped up in the Camluck there at Western Fair and won. So he's sort of a, when the lights get bright, he's like yourself. When the lights get bright, he steps up and puts in a big performance. So you can't discount him as well. It's just a good group top to bottom. I don't really think anyone in this field can win it. I know we say that a lot, but I think it's the truth here tonight in the Battle Lake Erie.
Interesting thing about Hullabaloo, 3 wins and 5 starts right here at Northfield Park. This horse likes MGM's racetrack here in Northeast Ohio. Race number 12 is the Filly and Mares Open Handicap, and it's tough to go against Strong Poison. What a racehorse for Virgil Morgan Jr. coming off 2 straight victories. This horse raced down at Oak Grove near you over in Kentucky as a former Breeders' Crown champion, won several stakes last year. A very nice racehorse.
This is a legitimate free-for-all type mare, Mike. This is my slam dunk single of the night. By the way, if anyone wants to get me in at 5-2, I am located on the track apron for most of the night. I'd love to, tear up at that price. But she's just better than these. That's all it is, and that's taking nothing away from the rest of this group. She has a scratch inside her. That'll aid her a little bit. But the horse that could be the second choice here is the 2 Beautiful Seaside. This is a horse that went off 38-1 against her in the last start. She was 10 cents to the dollar. She's just simply better than these. Strong Poison in my mind. So I think complete slam dunk single for me in race 12.
All right, race number 13 is the last race we're going to highlight. Nothing against races 14, 15, and 16, but we're going to get back to Kenny for changes. It is the $75,000 MGM Buckeye Distaff for Ohio sired mares, 4-year-olds and upward by invitation only. And High Flying Filly, I saw her race last week for trainer Ron Burke, but back before I lost my voice, by the way. And it was a very impressive effort. Chris thought he could win that night. She went to the lead. She kind of tapered off there towards the end of the mile. High Flying Filly looks like a horse to beat. But your top selection, Racing for 3, is another one to look out for, too.
Yeah, I'm hoping that you can tilt people onto the one because that's going to drive my price up on Racing for 3, and I'd like to get a decent number here. This is a mare that needed the last start, Mike. She'd been off a month. Yep. She raced at Sauter. She was handled conservatively, as you would expect. In that race that she was third in, the top 2 finishers they were set 1-2 the entire mile. So this mare was best of the rest, so to speak. She dove through that at the inside. She finished up loaded with pace, and that was after a month off. So she needed that start. Yep. So now she's a little more legged up in my mind. Trevor coming up here to drive her. I like that. I see that as a vote of confidence as well with young Trevor Smith, who does a great job at the bike. Good post draw here tonight. I think that she could end up ultimately being the favorite, but regardless, she's my top choice.
All right, those are our selections for the first 13 races. Like we said, lots of scratches and changes. We want to get it back to Kenny to get us updates on those TBAs that he has. A big night of racing action, including the $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 coming up in race 11, $25,000 guaranteed super high 5 in race number 13. Get all of our handicapper selections via our social media platforms at Northfield Park. Here's Kenny Livingood with the scratches and changes.
Thanks to Michael Carter and Gabe Pruitt with a little pregame and a preview of the festivities here to come tonight from the home of the Flying Turns, all featuring the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie as race 11. Here are tonight's scratches and changes. There are quite a few, so get your pen ready. We'll start in the first. Put Aaron Merriman on the 5, Samantha Hill. In the third, the driver of number 5, Cheyenne Tough, Peter Wren. The driver of number 7, Attention Span, is Jason Bartlett. Over to the fifth, the driver of number 3, Cruiser with Class, Jason Bartlett. In the sixth, the driver of number 1, Clearly Dreamin', Dan Noble. Number 3, ATI Beat You To It, is Jeremy Smith. In the seventh race, the driver of number 6, No Cryin' in the Uber, is TBA. In the eighth, scratch the 5, Rooney in Tune, Sick. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives the 7, Knockout Rock. Go to the ninth. Put Dan Noble on the 4, Flippin' Lucky. Scratch the 6, Wicked Bling, Sick. The 11th, it's the Battle of Lake Erie. It's the signature event of the season. Scratch the 7, Charlie May, Sick. There's $25,000 estimated in the pick 4. In the 12th, scratch the 4, the Gypsy Queen. Scratched Sick. Put Trevor Smith on the 3, Somewhere Under Heaven. 13th race, it's the $75,000 MGM Buckeye Distaff. $25,000 is estimated in the 20-cent Super High 5 pool. The driver of number 6, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey, is TBA. In the 14th, TBA, the 7, Drinking My Baby Goodbye. 15th, number 3, Luxury Living, TBA. And in the finale, the Marathon 16-race program, the driver of number 4, New Number, Who Dis, TBA. The track is fast. The temperature's in the mid-70s. Once again, I'm track announcer Kenny Livingood, welcoming you all to Battle of Lake Erie night here at MGM Northfield Park. We'll kick off 16 races in 6 minutes.
Not only is it Battle of Lake Erie night here at MGM Northfield Park, it is OHHA Charity Night here at MGM Northfield Park. Standing with Stephen from By the Dawn's Early Light and John from the Emergency Assistance Center. First, we'll go to Stephen. Stephen, tell us a little bit about your mission and what services you guys provide.
Sure. Our mission is focused on foster children in Ohio. We help provide birthday presents, Christmas presents, and aging out assistance to children in the foster care system in Ohio.
Now, what are some of those program highlights? What kind of services do they provide, and how do they help the kids here in Ohio?
Sure. Our main focus is helping children feel like children. So we like to sponsor them in sports programs. We send them personal needs products, anything that helps them feel just like a child.
Now, how can people find out more about By the Dawn's Early Light?
Sure. We have a website, we have a Facebook, and we're even on Instagram. So you can find us there.
All right. And what would it mean to win the race tonight? Obviously, everybody's going home with a little bit of something, but how would it be to win tonight?
It would be amazing to win tonight. It would be like my wish would come true.
All right, Stephen, hang in there with us. They're friendly competitors tonight. John from the Emergency Assistance Center. You guys provide food and other necessities for the community. Tell us about all that you guys do for the community.
Well, you said it right there. We provide food and meat, frozen meat, fresh produce, bread. We provide diapers for about 650 people per month. We provide enough food to get for a week's food for a family. The amount of food they can get is dependent upon how big their family is. We've been around for about 30 years, and we've grown and been a great support. The community has supported us greatly. It's wonderful.
I was going to ask about that. You guys have been around since 1993. What's it been like to watch this program grow?
Well, it's sad it has to grow. I wish we didn't have a need for us, but we do have a need for people. It's surprising. We serve northern Summit County, and it's been surprising the number of people who are food insecure. And about 160 of the people we serve each month are kids. So it's important that they have the ability to get what they need so they can perform well.
And what would it mean to you guys to take home the top prize here this evening?
Well, we would buy more food. We spent about $72,000 buying food last year for helping the community, and we could buy a little more food.
All right. Thanks to both John and Stephen for joining us here this evening on OHHA Charity Night. Kenny Living Good's going to have the scratches and changes for the first and the post parade coming up here momentarily.
Horses make their way out to the track for tonight's opener, the first of 16. Filly and Mare Pacers out to the track, exacta trifecta, 20-cent super high five and early daily double wagering the one, Bobby and Poppy. Owned by Stacy Milady, trained by Art McElmurray using Don Harmon. 2 Wings of Faith is owned by the Crazy Parrot Farms, trained by Tobias Troyer. Elliot Deaton calls the shots. 3 Checkpoint 6, owned by Robert Beachy, trained by John Capriotti. Ronnie Wren Jr. driving. The 7 Star Stables own the 4 Meadowland Polly. Tyler Angus drives, trainer Larry Claybaugh. 5 Samantha Hill. Aaron Merriman sits behind for trainer Jody Scalacci. Owner Scalacci Stables and Sam Bova Racing. The 6 Diamonds Delight, owned by Rebecca Zubkoff and the LaSalle Investments, trained by Becky Zubkoff using Chris Page. 7 Cute But Risky, owned train driven by Daniel Korfman. The 8 Nacho Mama is owned by Matthew Madden, trained driven by Pat Beeler. And the 9 Cruisin' Abigail, owned by Albert Miller, trained by Jason Brewer, using Tyler Smith. Here in the Saturday opener, I went to the 6, Diamonds Delight. Came first up last week. That was her first start after about 3 months off, and she finished second as the beaten favorite, facing a similar type of field. So now it's her second start back. I thought she was definitely eligible to take another step forward. Diamonds Delight, I'll use on top. You also get the hands of Chris Page here tonight. For second, I will use the 5, Samantha Hill. Now you pick up Aaron Merriman, this horse that raced extremely well last time. Made a 3-wide sweeping move and just got beat next. She is 0 for 7 with 2 second-place finishes. The week she broke, I don't know what happened there. She's broken twice in her last 4 starts, but the 2 weeks she stayed flat, she raced extremely well. I'll use her second, and for third, the 1, Bobby and Poppy has the rail. Certainly can protect rail position, and she was a winner at this class last time out. I got it 6-5, 1-9. Gold She Bob with 5-1-3-9. Best of luck in the Saturday opener. The Gary Locke starting car opens for the first of 16 times. It's for the lid lifter here from MGM Northfield Park on Battle of Lake Erie night. Full field of 9 filly and mare pacers to kick off the Saturday show. On gate. Off and pacing on Battle Night, and Diamond's Delight gets the first call of the evening. Bobby and Poppy tries to defend her pylon position. These two will match strides to the first turn. As dropping down to the rail goes checkpoint 6. Samantha Hill floats out up into the 4th position. Cruising Abigail from the 2nd tier is next. Nacho Mama from the Hydra. She'll land in front of a few. Was able to get in front of Wings of Faith, Meadowland Polly. Cute but risky, can see them all. Onto the backstretch for the first time. There goes Ren. He's on the accelerator at checkpoint 6. He tries to grab command, driving up to this opening quarter mark. Back to second, and Bobby and Poppy, they're at the opening quarter in 28 and 3. Diamond's Delight will settle up shop from third. She's 3.5 off the leader, followed by Samantha Hill and Cruisin' Abigail are next in line. So to Nacho Mama, 2 back to Wings of Faith, 2 back to Meadowland Polly. Cute but risky tries to vacate the rail from 9th. So they complete 3/8 of a mile and work their way down by us with just over a lap to go behind checkpoint 6. Checkpoint 6 carves up the mile tonight, leads it a length and a half to pocket sitting Bobby and Poppy, with Diamond's Delight racing in third for Paige. Samantha Hill spotted 4th. She's patient there with 4.5 lengths to pick up, past a half in 57 and 3. They're followed by Cruisin' Abigail. It's gap of 2 to Nacho Mama, who's racing at the rail, then Wings of Faith, Cuba Risky outside of Meadowland Polly. 3/8 of a mile left to go in the Saturday opener, and they got to track down checkpoint 6. Diamond's Delight will pull from third to the outside of Bobby and Poppy, and Samantha Hill will try to follow her with 3.5 lengths to pick up. Cruisin' Abigail is next as they work up to a quarter of a mile left to go behind checkpoint 6. Checkpoint 6, still the leader. Diamond's Delight at this leader's wheel as Ren goes to work on checkpoint 6, past 3/4 in 1:26 and 3. They leave the backstretch and move around the far turn. Checkpoint 6 with a narrow lead. Diamond's Delight is first up, and Samantha Hill is flipping off her back with a 3-wide rally and 1/8 of a mile left to go. Bobby and Poppy then Cruisin' Abigail. 3 across the course as they turn for home. Checkpoint 6 in deep water. Samantha Hill down the center has all the momentum, and here she comes, striding forward to take the lead from Diamond's Delight, who's going to be second best behind Samantha Hill. Samantha Hill, Diamond's Delight, and checkpoint 6, 1:56 and 3. Making her way back to the winner's circle is the 5, Samantha Hill. She's owned by the Scalacci Stables and Sam Bova Racing, trained by Jody Scalacci and catch-driven to victory by Aaron Merriman. The 3-year-old Black Filly by Racing Hill out of the McArdle mare Cold Mist was bred by the Steiner Stock Farm of Ohio. This is her first career win in 156 and 3. The results of 5, 6, 3, and 9 are now official. Send it down to Gabe Pruitt, standing in the winner's circle with winning driver Aaron Merriman.
Thanks a lot, Kitty, and no surprises here. Aaron, odds on. You kick off the Battle of Lake Erie card here tonight. Pretty live drive you pick up here at the last moment.
Yeah, it was. I always like driving for Sam and Jody. Their horse is always very, very well put together and well trained, so it was kind of easy.
Yeah, now what's it mean for you? You grew up here at the track. You're the all-time leading driver here at Northfield Park. Battle of Lake Erie night, beautiful weather, good crowd, and great racing. I know this has to be a special night for you.
Yeah, I mean, they're all special. You know, I'm kind of I'm an odd bird, so, you know, I want every race I'm in, you know, but I guess the signature race like that is even better, more special.
And you've got a live drive tonight in the big one, Line Drive Hanover, post 1. This would be a perfect opportunity for you to just lay your strategy on the line and let everybody know what you want to do.
I don't really have a strategy, but like I usually, I just try to go fast and win. I probably won't be locked in.
Yeah, I would assume that's a strong possibility as well. Aaron, good luck on the rest of the card tonight. He'll drive Line Drive Hanover in the big one right here in race 11.
Best of luck to Aaron Merriman tonight in race 11 with the 1 Line Drive Hanover. Results official: 5, 6, 3, and 9 and 1. The 5-6 exacta returns $14.20. The trifecta $67.40, and the high five is $70.72. Here's the top down. Bobby and Poppy 5th, Wings of Faith 8th, Checkpoint 6th, 3rd, Meadowland Polly 6th, Samantha Hill the winner, Diamonds Delight 2nd. Cute But Risky was 9th, Nacho Mama 7th, Cruisin' Abigail 4th, 583, 612, 974. Up next, Ohio Sire Stakes action. Exacta trifecta, $1 pick 4 wagering. This is for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding trotters. It's the second leg. It's just a field of 6, and it's in 7 minutes for $100,000. Let's send it down to Gabe Pruitt once again, standing by in the winner's circle with a couple more of our wonderful charities on hand tonight.
Thanks so much, Kitty. Gabe Pruitt here, back with you, the winner's circle. Charity night on the big night here at Northfield Park, standing by with Randy Lipscomb of the Akron Canton Regional Food Bank. And Randy, talk to us a little bit about what you guys do.
So the primary function of the food bank is basically to provide food for our neighbors in need. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association for inviting us here and giving us this opportunity. We're very, very, very grateful for that. So thank you so much. But yeah, I just quickly want to say that there's a misperception that there was a great need for food during the pandemic and then it declined. That is not true. We gave away more food last year with the same amount of food as we did in 2020, but we had 1 million more visits to our network last year. So the need is greater than ever. We're giving away the same amount of food to more people. So again, grateful to the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Whatever winnings we get are going to help us meet that demand. So thank you so much.
And one way or the other, obviously you'd like the 10 grand first prize, but 2 grand in participating, that can go a long way.
It will. 10 grand would provide 30,000 meals for our neighbors. So yes, that would be wonderful.
That's an incredible amount. You guys have won this before.
We have. We are past winners.
All right.
Hopefully, fingers crossed, we will be again.
Well, we've got another past winner, so we've got a little battle brewing over here. I've got Pat LaPresti with First Tee Cleveland. I know you guys always enjoy being a part of this night as well.
It's so exciting for us to be able to spread our brand and let people know the impact we have, helping kids learn life skills, core values through the game of golf. And we are in every one of the Cleveland metropolitan schools, elementary schools, all these kids that have never had an opportunity. It's just an unbelievable, impact that we have with kids.
It's a great organization, and it's a unique organization as well. And I know you guys have had success here in the past in the charity pace.
It was a photo finish. I needed a little heart attack issue because I was screaming and out of my mind, but we won. So let's make that happen again.
Well, you came dressed for battle tonight. We don't have to ask which horse you're rooting for.
There we go, right here.
All right, Randy, Pat, thanks so much, guys, for the great work you do. Best of luck at the charity pace tonight. That'll be race 6, great causes, and big money on the line.
And good luck.
You too.
Trotters on track for the $100,000 3-year-old Colton Gelding Ohio Sire Stakes. It kicks off the early pick 4. Number 1, Royal Precedent, is owned by the Claude Gendreau Stables, trained by Jody Scalacci. Ronnie Wren Jr. calls the shots. The 2 is Smooth Talkin'. Tyler Smith will drive for trainer Rosie Weaver, who co-owns with Cabby D LLC in the Heartland Acres. The 3, Tennessee Tom, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Hatfield Stables, and Knox Services, conditioned by Ron Burke. Chris Page gives the cues. Number 4 is Bo Estel, owned by the Wren Racing LLC, trained by Melanie Wren. Peter Wren sits behind. The 5, Sponzano, owned by Beaver, the Spartaners, and Maines, trained by Chris Beaver. They use Aaron Merriman. And the 6, E-Pass, owned by Beaver, Sabraco, the VIP Internet Stables, and Carter, trained by Christopher Beaver, Trevor Smith in the sulky. They exact the trifecta $1 pick 4. Back in race number 1, top 2 selections flip around as Samantha Hill gets the better of Diamond's Delight. Aaron Merriman picks up the victory there, and we flip over to the second, and this is a very talented field of Ohio Sire Stakes trotters. It's a small field, but it's a very good one, and this should be an exciting race. I'm ultimately going to go to the 3, Tennessee Tom here. Like this guy a lot in this spot. Thought that maybe he was getting a little bit overlooked in the betting, maybe because he's been off for the month and only has the qualifier. But this horse that was 2 for 2 this season with the Hackett elimination and then winning the Hackett final, and he beat Royal Precedent pretty comfortably. The margin was a half a length, but Tennessee Tom was completely wrapped up coming down to the wire, and he is your 2-year-old trotting champion from a season ago, and then went up to finish second in the Mohawk Million. I thought there was a ton to like. The talent seems endless with this guy. I'll put Tennessee Tom on top. Second, using the 5, Sponzano. He's your current betting favorite right now, winning the Bunker Hill at Plain Ridge with a nice victory in 53-2. Merriman went over to drive him, and he responded, giving him that winning effort. He was beaten by Royal Precedent, though, in his first start of the season, back on May 4th. And for third, I will use the 1, Royal Precedent, toward the inside. This horse that, other than the overnight race, now winner 10,000 in the second tier, where he just didn't race particularly well, he's been very good on the front this season, and he is 1 for 1 in the Sire Stakes. Very competitive field. I'll go 3-5-1-6. Gold Cheap Bob 3-1-5-6. Best of luck, race 2. The Trotters head behind the wings for the second race. $100,000 on the line. Ohio Sire Stakes 3-year-old Colton Geldings. It's the second leg. They are at the head of the stretch. Here they come. Sire Stakes action underway. Sponzano gets the first call down the center. It comes out looking for the lead with Royal Precedent toward the inside. These two flash speed into the first turn as Smooth Talking will bank that turn while racing from the third spot. Tennessee Tom, last year's champion, comes out racing in fourth. Better than Bo Estel. And the trailer is E Pass, who's going to be last behind his stable companion Sponzano. So it's Sponzano who crosses over and clears and makes the lead as they travel up the backstretch for the first time. Royal Precedent getting that cozy two-hole ride. 2.5 better than Smooth Talkin', who's third at the opening quarter in 28-1. Tennessee Tom races in fourth. He's half a dozen lengths behind. He's 2 clear of Bo Estel, and the long shot trailer is E Pass. Midway round the far turn for the first time. A lot of respect for Sponzano at 2-5. They're all single file behind him as they complete 3/8 and drive in front of the stands. Royal Precedent right there on his back racing in the second spot. Gap of 2.5 to Smooth Talkin'. Chris Page very patient with Tennessee Tom. Racing in fourth. Bo Estel fifth. E-Pass 6. No movement. They hit the half in 57-3. 29-2. Breather 4. Sponzano just gets everything his own way up front. Royal Precedent's getting the perfect journey behind him. Smooth Talkin' is next. Tennessee Tom will have to do it the hard way tonight as he swings off the rail with 4 lengths to pick up, and he's up to the third spot. Bo Estel tries to follow him. E-Pass still last. The 6-pack of Trotters hit the top of the backstretch for the final time. Sponzano still leads the way. Tennessee Tom coming up first over, and the 2 favorites are set to do battle with Royal Precedent looming in behind. 3/4, 126-1. They leave the backstretch, move around the far turn, and Tennessee Tom trying to take it to Sponzano, and they're nose to nose around the far turn. Royal Precedent looms a thread in behind. Then Bo Estel, E-Pass, and Smooth Talkin'. They come to the top of the stretch, and Tennessee Tom is powered off the turn with the lead. Sponzano, Royal Precedent dives to the inside. In deep stretch, it's Tennessee Tom. Sponzano at the inside, but Tennessee Tom's got it measured for Chris Page. Then Sponzano and Royal Precedent, 155. Judges post 3-5, 1-4. Making his way back to the winner's circle is the 2-year-old Ohio Sire Stakes champion, number 3, Tennessee Tom. Owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Bruchemi, Hatfield Stables, and Knox Services. Trained by Ron Burke and driven to victory by Chris Page. He is a perfect 3 for 3 this season. That gives him his 8th career win. He's now over $590,000. Career earnings, 3-year-old bay gelding by Long Tom out of Missive by Muscle Massive. Bred by Albert Miller of Ohio, that 8th win marks him at $541,000 of career earnings, 3 for 3 this season. Tennessee Tom in 155. Let's send it down to Michael Carter in the winner's circle with winning driver Chris Page.
Thank you, Kenny. We are here with Chris Page and Chris, Tennessee Tom. Let's first talk about the Mohawk Million. Who could forget that effort from TCI? But Tennessee Tom probably put together the biggest effort in one of the biggest races of your career.
Yeah, for sure. After the fact, they got a roll up there. It's called extended break. If a horse gallops for more than 25 strides, when TC Tom went on a break, they're placed to last. I guess he galloped 24 strides, so I couldn't be that lucky, right?
We'll talk about him tonight. Wow, what an amazing trotter that the Burke Brigade has.
Yeah, he just shows he's a good horse off 6 weeks. Come back, win first up, pretty handy tonight, earplugs in. We should have a great year with him.
Now you get to team up later on in the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie with an old friend of yours and By the Missile. Finished 5th in the Joe Osier Memorial out at Harris, Philadelphia. Was a really nice start first off the layoff.
Yeah, I watched the replay on the way up here. I watched it when he actually raced live, but I went ahead and watched it again. The horse come like a half in 52. His first start with 2 qualifiers before that. So essentially tonight he's making his 4th start. We drew the 2-hole and we got options.
All right, Chris. Well, good luck later on when you drive By the Missile in the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie. Kenny, back to you.
The exact is $13.20, trifecta $21.20, and the early double $10.60. The top-down Royal Precedent was 3rd, Smooth Talkin' was 6th, Tennessee Tom's the winner, Bo Estel 4th, Sponzano 2nd, E-Pass 5th, 3-6-1-4-2-5. Flip over to race number 3. Peter Wren drives the 5, Cheyenne Tough. Jason Bartlett drives the 7, Attention Span. It's the first of 6 3-year-old Colton Gelding Buckeye Stallion Series Pacers, second leg, first of 6 divisions tonight. Exacta trifecta 20-cent super. Coming up next in 8 minutes. But for now, turn your attention to the infield tote board where the Belmont Stakes is taking place at Saratoga, and it's post time.
here in the winner's circle at MGM Northfield Park after a thrilling Belmont Stakes. It is OHHA Charity Night here in Northeast Ohio. We're standing with Audra and Dan from their respective charity groups. We'll first talk to Audra with the Happy Trails Farm Animal Sanctuary. Tell us a little bit about your mission.
Yes, so our mission is to rescue, rehabilitate, and rehome farm animals. We bring them in from neglect cases and owner relinquish. We bring them in, we find good homes for them after they are rehabilitated, and we love hearing success stories from there.
Now, obviously, people can sponsor the animals that are in your care. How do they go about doing that?
Yes, so to sponsor an animal, you would go to happytrailsfarm.org, and there's a sponsor link from there. You can find an animal, and one of our staff members will help get you set up.
Awesome. And what would it mean to you guys to, obviously, everybody's going to take home a little piece of the prize. What would it mean for your horse to win here this evening?
It would mean everything for our horse to win. The funds that we raise go directly to the animals. The more funds we raise, the more animals we can help. So let's go number 7.
All right, we're going to talk to Dan from Licata Way. You guys were established in 1981. What is the mission of the organization?
So our whole goal is to transform individual lives from people that are suffering from addiction or behavioral health problems with a huge focus on the adolescent population.
Awesome. Now tell us a little bit about how you got started and what programs do you guys offer?
So we pretty much offer a full continuum of care for somebody who wants to get help right today through detox and all the way through their aftercare, what they call. So we also provide women's residential services, which is what we're rooting for tonight. If we win a big prize, all that money will go directly towards helping those who are unable to pay for things such as diapers and formula and things like that while they're in care with us.
Now the common question is, what would it mean to win? Obviously, $5,000 is a lot of money for any of the charity groups here tonight.
Oh, absolutely. This would be a life-changing opportunity for somebody who doesn't have the ability to pay for treatment in our organization. We'll be able to help them come in without any fees assessed to them at all.
All right, Dan and Audra looking to celebrate maybe later on in the OHHA charity race.
On track for tonight's third race, Exact the Trifecta 20-cent Superfecta wagering. It's the first of 6 Buckeye Stallion Series divisions. The 1 is Leaving a Legend, owned by the Legends Racing, trained and driven by Kane Kaufman. 2, He's Hot and Ready, is owned by Richard Stacy, trained by Charlie Myrick, using Ronnie Wren Jr. 3, Sidebar, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Knox Services, and Rich Lombardo Racing, trained by Ron Burke, using Chris Page. Dan Noble drives the 4, Legendary Noble, for trainer Christy Noble, owner Norman Ray Racing. 5, Cheyenne Tough. Peter Wren picks up the drive for trainer Dan Altmeyer, owners Ruth Altmeyer. Schwartz, Larrick, and Fagan co-own the 6, Stars Over Sydney. Austin Hanners drives, trainer Brett Schwartz. 7's Attention Span, owned by the Galliers Racing and David Cryway, trained by Brady Galliers, Jason Bartlett catch drives. And the 8, Seaside Sailing, owned by Hutchinson Harness, trained by Brian Brown, using Cam McCowan. Back over in race number 2, Top Choice Tennessee Tom picks up the victory. Was able to track down Sponzano as we flip over here to race number 3. Quick congratulations out to Dornock, who just took down the Belmont Stakes. He's the brother to last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mage. But back to the standardbred action here in race number 3. I went to the 1, leaving a Legend from the Rail. This horse that had some issues. He was parked, if you go all the way back to that effort on May 9th, he was parked at the quarter, then ended up tucking and came back to the outside. Ended up finishing 4th. It was a tough trip. Then followed it up with a break and then was interfered with to start after that and was ultimately put back in last and rallied to be 4th in 26-4. Then was finally able to show himself without any issues with a second-place finish, just getting beat after being pinned on the rail to be 5th and turning for home. He shook free late to be 2nd, 27-3 last quarter. And when you go all the way back to the first start in the Kane Kaufman barn back in the Buckeye Stallion event in leg number 1, he had post number 9. It was the worst post you could have at Miami Valley, and he ultimately got away in last and ended up finishing 7th, but he was just left with way too much to do. Now he goes from the far outside. He's got the rail. I'll use him on top here. For second, going to the 7 attention span, you pick up Jason Bartlett here tonight. This horse that won the Buckeye Stallion event at Miami Valley from post 8 was able to make the lead and go down the road. Followed that up with a 4th place finish and an 8th place finish in the 2 Noble Land starts. So not sure if something has been a little bit of a miss with him the last couple of weeks, but if he gets back to the Buckeye event from 3 weeks ago, where he raced in the Hackett before that, I thought he was facing tough competition. I'll use attention span second, and for third I went to the 5 Cheyenne Tough. Picks up Peter Wren here. 4 straight top 3 finishes. 1752 for me. Gold Bob 3175. Best of luck. Wings open up for the third. We had one get a little rough in that turn. It looked like Cheyenne Tough, who's taken back to last as they head to the back stretch. So up top, it's Legendary Noble, who has the lead. 2 lengths in front of He's Hot and Ready, who's second. Attention Span lands in third. Leaving a Legend from the rail will get away in fourth in front of Sidebar from fifth. Stars Over Sydney is next. They're followed by Seaside Sailing. And Cheyenne Tough, after his first trip in the clubhouse turn, is last past the quarter in 28-4. So they head around the far turn for the first time behind Longshot Legendary Noble at 28-1, who shows the way. He's Hot and Ready, getting that cozy 2-hole trip. Attention Span races third, Leaving a Legend races fourth. They're followed by Sidebar, who's racing in fifth, doing better than Stars Over Sydney, racing from the sixth spot. Then Seaside Sailing, Cheyenne Tough, gapped out last. So they chase the speed of Legendary Noble, who completes lap number 1, 58-2, 29-3 panel. Legendary Noble leads the way. Attention Span trying to progress first up for Bartlett as they move back into the clubhouse turn. Down at the inside is He's Hot and Ready. Following the cover is Leaving a Legend. Will be second up. Sidebar down at the inside. Then Seaside Sailing races outside of Stars of Sydney. Then the trailer Cheyenne Tough, the 3-5 favorite, is seemingly out of it with 3/8 of a mile left to go. Legendary Noble put to the test by Attention Span. And now Attention Span strides forward to take the lead. Leaving a Legend is right there in their past 3 quarters in 1:26. They head around the far turn. Attention Span by a length, but Leaving a Legend is revving up on the far outside. And here comes Leaving a Legend with Attention Span, their noses apart with an 1/8 to go. Back to third and Legendary Noble, then Seaside Sailing. They turn for home. Leaving a Legend off the turn with the lead. Attention Span at the inside, trying to fight back these two down to the wire. Leaving a Legend just in front. Leaving a Legend beats Attention Span. Then Legendary Noble and Seaside Sailing, 154-4. The first of 6 Buckeye Stallion winners is the one, Leaving a Legend, owned by the Legends Racing, trained by Kane Kaufman, and driven to victory by Kane Kaufman. Also, shout out to Larry Angle, part of the Ohio State clan. Number 1, Leaving a Legend, is a 3-year-old bay gelding by Bit of a Legend out of Leaving a Legacy by Skydancer Hanover, bred by the Midland Acres of Ohio. Second career win, first this season, Leaving a Legend in 154-4. We'll send it down to Gabe Pruitt in the winner's circle with winning driver Kane Kaufman.
Thanks a lot, Kenny. Standing by with Kane Kaufman. And Kane, take us through this trip tonight with Leaving a Legend. You had the rail, not ultra aggressive. You got away there and ended up with a nice trip.
Yeah, I wasn't real sure about sending him into the first turn. I didn't know how he'd take it first time on a half, so I wasn't real sure. And we've had a few issues with him, and we've been getting him ironed out.
Yeah, and it seems like you have, because last start he took a giant step forward at Scioto. Then he seemed to be even better here tonight.
Yeah. When he come, he was kind of in and out, and they were kind of down on him, but he's kind of picked up since he's come here. I think he likes his style a little bit.
All right, you've got Leaving a Legend home already. You got one more in tonight. Seaside Delight, race 10, another division of the Buckeye Stallion Series. You're doing something right because you drew post 1 with both colts.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often. So at least here, anyways, we drew well. Scioto, not so much.
What do you think about that? We should let Northfield handle the draws for you at Scioto as well. What do you think about his chances tonight?
I think he should be okay. He behaves himself, and races like this colt, I think he's ready. Both these colts trained together early in the week, and they had a good week and trained well.
All right, congratulations, Kane. Again, he's got another one. Seaside Light, the 10th race tonight. We'll see how he does. He's 1 for 1 to start his night.
The exacta, $83.80, trifecta, $584.80, 20-cent super, $600.66. Here's the top down, Leaving a Legend the winner. He's Hot and Ready was 8th, Sidebar 5th, Legendary Noble was 3rd, Cheyenne Tough 7th, Stars Over Sydney was 6th, Attention Span 2nd, Seaside Sailing 4th, 185, 376, 24, flip over to the 4th. There's Exacta, Trifecta, 20-cent, Superfecta, $1, pick 3 wagering. This race named for the Player's Choice winner, Christine Grzybowski. It's a field of 9. There are no changes. 5 minutes. As the replay concludes, we'll get ready to send it down to Gabe Pruitt, who's standing in the winner's circle with 2 more of our lovely charities.
Thanks a lot, Kenny, and standing by with a couple of other charities here because it is charity night, not only Battle of Lake Erie night here at Northfield Park, sponsored by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, of course, and got a couple of great guests here with us. Becky Gearmans with the Kent State University Geauga and Twinsburg Academic Center, and Becky, welcome back here at Northfield.
Thank you, Dave.
And how much? Tell us a little bit about what you guys do.
We are a regional campus of Kent State University located in Twinsburg and Burton and Geauga County. We are a 4-year university that tonight we're raising money for our nursing program. 60% of the nurses in Northeast Ohio graduate from Kent State, so we're here to support them, to grow our program, and support our nursing program.
Huge program, and if you're able to win the race tonight, 10,000 I'm sure could go a long way.
Scholarships, lab equipment, continuing education for our professors, it will go a long way.
Yet it's not a cheap, thing to do to go to nursing school.
It's not. It's not cheap to fund a nursing program either. So we appreciate this opportunity.
All right, best of luck tonight. We've also got Marsha Owen for the Geauga County Library Foundation. Marsha, welcome, and tell us what you guys do.
Thank you very much. We're so pleased to be here. We're very blessed. We, as the Geauga County Library Foundation, support our Geauga County Public Library System. One of our main focuses of the fundraising that we do is towards the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. That is a program that supports children from newborn all the way through age 5 with free books every month. And the other aspect of what we provide to the library system is funds that support the summer library, summer reading program. We are all about literacy in Geauga County. So we're very blessed to be here. Thank you so much.
At a great cause, again, sponsored by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Do we know what number we're rooting for you guys a bit later on?
That would be horse number 2, which is Do Me Better.
All right, and you're dressed appropriately because the saddle pad is blue, so you're dressed in blue here for post 2. Ladies, best of luck tonight. Becky, Marcia, a part of the charity night here at Northfield Park, again, sponsored by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.
Please note we have a couple of those driver changes that were to be announced. In the 13th race, the MGM Buckeye Distaff, the driver of number 6, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey, will be Matt Cayley. And in the 15th race, the driver of number 3, Luxury Living, Dan Noble. Horses make their way out to the track for tonight's 4th race. The 1 is Ball Diamond, owned by Bruce Salisbury and Danny Hostetler, trained and driven by Keith Cash Jr. 2, IZ Hanover, owned by Todd Rosenberg, trained by Renee Loney, using Tyler Angus. 3, She the North, owned by the Fly Fancy Stables, conditioned by Michael Durant, Ronnie Wren Jr. catch drives. 4, Santa Fe Cat, Chris Page drives and owns. Timothy Grubb trains. The 5, Love That Smile, owned by Big Fred's Stable, trained by Tisha Symes, Bo Brown driving. 6, Hill of a Night, owned by the Thunder Racing Stables, trained by Corey Kreiser. Billy Davis Jr. pushes the buttons. The 7 is French Shaker, owned and trained by Mark Marcus, using Kurt Zug. 8, Morning Miracle, owned and trained by Larry Claybaugh. Aaron Merriman calls the shots. And then I Miss Hannah Hunter is owned and trained by Craig Stein, using Elliot Eaton. Back over in race number 3, able to give out the straight exacta there, as Leaving a Legend beats Attention Span. Exacta returned just under $84. We flip over to the 4th. I'm looking for another price here. That's the 2 IZ Hanover, 20-1 morning line. 2 back. She took an hour's 2,500 field down the road. She's got a ton of speed when they want to use it, and she has the inside post. This is the spot where they are going to use it most likely. Has to get over the 1, but IZ Hanover, I thought that maybe this was the spot where Tyler Angus, in a race that didn't look like it had much speed around her, she could have a good trip on the front. Second, I'll use the 7 French Shaker. Source is taking a little bit of play right now. Moved into the Mark Marcus barn last time. Ended up finishing second, but was 8th at 3/4 and was able to pick off a lot of her competition to be second there. She fits at this level. She's won 10 claimers in the past before. I'll use her second. And for third, the 4, Santa Fe Cat. Makes her third start back after a couple of months off. She's had 2 bad post 7 both times. Improved effort over at Scioto, only beaten 3 lengths there behind Terra Pasta, who we're going to see later in the MGM Buckeye Distaff. So I thought Santa Fe Cat exited a race with a stakes competitor. I'll use her third. 2, 7, 4, 6 for me. Gold Sheep Bob 6, 3, 7, 8. Best of luck. Wings open for the fourth. Here they come. They're off. They're pacing. Santa Fe Cat gets the first call. There goes Hill of a Night, who flashes speed. Ball Diamond toward the inside, and IZ Hanover's off the wings well to the first turn. They go. Ball Diamond cuts the corner. Santa Fe Cat drives up on her outside and grabs the lead. IZ Hanover back to third. Hill of a Night's in a tough spot, forced to drive up on the rim and keep marching forward after this leader. It's a gap of 2.5 back to Love That Smile. Is doing better than She the North. Then French Shaker, Morning Miracle, and Miss Hannah Hunter is the trailer. They're at the opening quarter, 27 seconds flat. Sharp fraction set by Santa Fe Cat, who leads the way. Hell of a Night in a tough spot here. She's stuck and parked at even money. Ball Diamond at the inside races third, keeps the pocket hole closed just enough to not let Hell of a Night in front of her. Then IZ Hanover's off the action from fourth and 4.5 lengths behind. Gap of 3 to Love That Smile is racing better than She the North, with French Shaker next. Then Morning Miracle and Miss Hannah Hunter is gapped out at the tail, disinterested tonight. Santa Fe Cat is let loose on the front, past the half in 55 seconds. Chris Page tries to bottom this field out with a 28-second panel. No break for Santa Fe Cat up front. Ball Diamond in a very loose pocket spot. IZ Hanover is pinned in by Hill of a Nights, who's gone a very tough trip. She the North is trying to fan 3 wide for Wren. Down at the cones is Love That Smile. Then comes French Shaker and Morning Miracle, but they're all so far behind. Santa Fe Cat, who's built up a 7-length lead across the backstretch. Santa Fe Cat the leader. She the North progressing up to be second outside of Ball Diamond. IZ Hanover trying to get off the rail. French Shaker's on that one's outside. Then Morning Miracle. 3/4, 124. They're less than a quarter of a mile from home. And Santa Fe Cat's built up a big lead. The stride starting to shorten as She the North is now just 5 lengths behind and up to second. Then comes French Shaker in third with IZ Hanover fourth. They come to the top of the stretch. Santa Fe Cat working overtime to hold the lead. She the North trying to get to her, and she's gaining good ground. Santa Fe Cat pleading for the wire. She the North is at a time. Santa Fe Cat goes down the road with a nice drive by Chris Page. She the North second, then French Shaker, 155 and 1. The results are official. Coming back to the winner's circles, number 4, Santa Fe Cat. Timothy Grubb trains for owner and driver Chris Page. Give him a driving double. 4-year-old bay mare by Santa Fe Beach Boy out of the rock and roll dance mare Katarina's Dance. Bred by the Country Club Acres and Wingfield Brothers of Ohio, 14th career win. Third this season for Santa Fe Cat, 155-1. 4, 3, 7, and 5 official. Exacta $102.20. Trifecta $735.20. The 20-cent Super $335.62. Here's the top down. Ball Diamond 8th, IZ Hanover 5th, She the North 2nd, Santa Fe Cat the race winner, Love That Smile 4th, Hill of a Night 9th. French Shaker 3rd, Morning Miracle 6th, Miss Hannah Hunter 7th. The top down, 852, 149, 367, flip to the 5th, Jason Bartlett on the 3, Cruiser with class. Exact the trifecta, 20-cent Super, 5 minutes.
Here in the winner's circle as we continue Charity Night, brought to you by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. I'm here with Maria from Lutheran Metropolitan Ministry. Maria, welcome out to the races. Is this your first time?
No, actually, I grew up right down the road, so I've been here a few times.
Awesome, Maria. Well, tell us a little bit about Lutheran Metropolitan Ministry. We've been working for 55 years. Tell us a little bit about your organization.
Yes, our mission is to help people who are oppressed, forgotten, and hurting in the community. We do that through several different programs: adult guardianship, housing and shelter, workforce development, and youth resiliency services. So we're really helping people at their greatest time of need.
Now, what about some of the programs that you all offer?
Yeah, so we offer, we actually are, many people know us because we run the men's homeless shelter at 2100 Lakeside, downtown Cleveland. And so we serve over 350 men every night there. So it's a significant impact that we're making on the lives of those men, getting them back on their feet and housed.
Now, if someone wants to donate or get involved with your organization, how do they go about doing that?
You could just hit us up on lutheranmetro.org. That's lutheranmetro.org, and there's a lot of information there on what we do and the expansive programs there.
Now everybody's vying for the win here tonight. What would it mean to you guys to take home the top prize?
Yeah, well, we hope Lady Bay wins in our race, but $10,000 could really make an impact. And again, getting people back on their feet, helping them with just the basic needs, some nice clothing, hygiene products, and other things that can help them, at their time of need and feel more dignified.
All right, we're so glad that you and all the other charities are here celebrating on Charity Night, presented by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Kenny Livingood coming up here shortly with the Post Parade.
Out to the track for tonight's fifth race, second division, Buckeye Stallion Pacers. The 1, Buckeye State, owned and trained by Brett Schwartz using Austin Hanners. 2, High on the Hill, owned by Nichols, Wozniak, the VIP Internet Stables, and Burns, trained by Brian Brown, Ronnie Rand Jr. drives. 3, Cruiser with Class, Jason Bartlett drives for owner-trainer Charles Neff. Derek Wadaker drives and trains the 4, Big Risk Sunny for Diane Baker. Randy Tharps owns, trains, and drives number 5, Barley Tricky. Dan Noble aboard the 6, JD's Zack Attack for trainer Christy Noble. Owners 11 Star Stables, Miller, Baldacchino, and Graber Jr. Betty Clegg owns and trains the 7 Cinder Lane Cruiser using Aaron Merriman. And the 825. By the Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, J&T Silva, Pernone Libby, Ron Burke trains, Chris Page drives. Back over in race number 4. Third choice, Santa Fe Cat goes down the road. Aggressive drive on the front as we flip over here to the 5th. I'm going to the 2, High on the Hill. This is a horse that I would have keyed on very heavily in horizontal wagers. Very strong performance. Start his career this season. Third place finish, backed it up with 2 victories while on the front. Then a second place finish in the Buckeye Stallion event at Miami Valley. Came back a tough trip from the second tier last time. But you pick up Ronnie Wren once again, and he was aboard for both of those victories. So Wren seems to get along with this guy. You got a good post. I'll put him on top. For second, using the 3, Cruiser with Class. Picks up Jason Bartlett here. Back-to-back second-place finishes in the Nappy Series at Scioto. Yet to be tested in Buckeye Stallion competition. This is his first try. Only 3 starts so far this season, but thought he's been improving. I'll use him second. And for third went to the 7 Cinder Lane Cruiser out of the Clegg Barn. Has been racing in numbers 2 there, but he was only beaten 3 lengths back at Miami Valley. 2-3-7-5 for me. Gold Bob 2-6-7-3. Best of luck. Wings open up for the 5th. Here they come. They're off. They're pacing high on the hill. First away from an inside post. There goes Cruiser with Class, who has speed down the center. So too does Barley Tricky, with Buckeye State toward the inside as they fan out onto the first turn behind. High on the hill. High on the hill leads the way to the backstretch. Cruiser with Class will settle up shop from second. Buckeye State gets away racing in third. Barley Tricky tried to leave for position, gets away in fourth in front of Big Wrist Sonny, who's racing in fifth. JD's Zack Attack is next. Cinderlane Cruiser second last in the trailer, 25. They drive to the opening quarter mark in 27 and 3 behind the race favorite and Public Choice at 3-5. High on the hill is the leader. Continuing to lead Cruiser with Class. Barley Tricky is underway outside of Buckeye State. It's a gap of 3. Back to JD's Zack Attack as Big Wrist Sonny just went on a gallop. They're followed by Cinderlane Cruiser and 25, the trailer. Chasing high on the hill in front of the stands with the advantage. Barley Tricky trying to pressure on the outside, a length and a quarter behind, and these two will come to the halfway point together with Cruiser with Class in behind. 56 and 3, 29 panel for high on the hill. Carves up the mile tonight, leading Barley Tricky, who's racing outside of Cruiser with Class. They're matching strides for second and third. They're followed by Buckeye State, who's racing in the fourth spot as they travel to the backstretch. Then it's 25, who's underway from the back of the pack outside of JD's Zack Attack and Cinderlane Cruiser. 3/8 of a mile left to go. They got to get to High on the Hill, who leads the way by a length and a half as Wren goes to work on this race favorite, and he responds. Now he opens up 2. Now it's 2.5. Back through to be second is Cruiser with Class, racing inside of Barley Tricky. Past 3/4 in 1, 24 and 2, a 27 and 4. Pumped up third panel for High on the Hill. He's got a 2.5 length lead. Cruiser with Class is up to second, then Barley Tricky in 25. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go, and High on the Hill turns with a 2.5 length lead. Cruiser with Class second, then Barley Tricky 25. High on the Hill almost home. Cruiser with Class gains mildly, but it's High on the Hill and Ronnie Wren Jr. Then Cruiser with Class and 25, 153 and 4. Two, 3, 8, 5, unofficial. Back to the winner's circle is the 2, High on the Hill, owned by Nichols, Wozniak, the VIP Internet Stables in Burns, trained by Brian Brown, driven to victory by Ronnie Wren Jr. 3-year-old bay gelding by Nob Hill High out of Mael by the Ponderosa. Bred by Scott Hagemeyer of Ohio, third career win, third this season, 153 and 4. send it down to the winner's circle where Gabe Pruitt is standing by with winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr.
Thanks a lot, Kitty. And Ronnie, things went about as advertised here. He's the odds-on favorite, high on the hill, got away on the front end. You've driven him to both of his prior career wins, stepped up and delivered here again tonight.
Yeah, he raced really well. When I would get to the front, I was able to get a second quarter breather, but he responded when I chased him down the backside and finished strong.
And let's talk about the big dance tonight, race 11, Battle of Lake Erie. I have to think you would be happy when you got the call that you're going to drive the richest horse in 2024 so far, and that's Helibaloo for trainer Ron Burke.
Yeah, he's had a great year. He's had a couple of big wins. He's raced on this track a few times, so he's definitely going to get around it. I think that's going to give him a little bit of an advantage. Yeah, I'm sure he's ready to go.
And you've sat behind him a couple of times on this track, I think, as well.
Yeah, I'm sure Ronnie has him ready tonight.
And I know you don't want to give away too much strategy-wise. I know he likes to be forwardly placed. Got a tremendous amount of speed in that race, and particularly inside of you from post 5.
Yeah, I think if I push out of the gate, the first quarter in like 28, half and 58, I should be able to handle it from there.
Yeah, I would think that would be a pretty good rating there as well. Ronnie, good luck. You'll have Helibaloo. He'll be one of the favorites here in the Battle of Lake Erie tonight, race 11.
Always appreciate the driver interviews, although not quite sure the battle's going to go in 58 to the half. Results official here for the 5th. Exacta, $8.40. Trifecta, $83.60. Pick 4, $104.50. The 20-cent Super, $39.06. Top down, Buckeye stayed 5th. High on the hill, the winner. Cruiser with Class 2nd. Big Risk Sunny was 8th. Barley Tricky 4th. JD Zack Attack was 6th. Cinderlane Cruiser 7th. 25 3rd. 512-846-73. Flip over to race number 6. Exacta Trifecta $1 pick 5. Dan Noble drives the 1. Clearly Dreamy. Jeremy Smith on the 3. ATI beats you to it. 9 minutes. This upcoming 6th race is the OHHA Charity Night event.
Welcome back to the press box here at MGM Northfield Park on Battle of Lake Erie night. Michael Carter alongside of Gold Sheet Bob as we take a look at tonight's $1 low 14% takeout pick 5 and a fantastic card here this evening. Races 6 through 10 coming up. And Bob, you want to kick it off with your selections here in the pick 5?
All right, I have a $48 play here, and I'm going to start out with 2 in the race number 6, the 1 and 2. The 1, Clearly Dreaming, is my top selection. This one's had posts 7, 9, and 9 the last 3 races, and those were against fields that were tougher than this. So it's a drop in class. Last time this one raced in a field equal to this, which was 4 starts ago, went off at 1-1 and wired the field. That is my top selection in race 6.
All right, race number 6 for me. I am 3 deep to the 2, 5, and 7, 5 here. The Dragon Queen, Jason Bartlett, picks up the drive for trainer Kent Sherman, was a winner last time out against this type of company as well. Race number 7 is the Buckeye Stallion Series for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers. Bob, take it away.
I'm going to go 2 deep here with the 2 and the 4. The 4, Rain Rock, will be my top selection. This one was racing in the Noble Land Sam and some Buckeye Stallion Series, which were tougher than this field. So it's a drop in class. You're getting Merriman in the bike for the first time. And he came in second last time to What an Ocean View, who I like later on in the card.
All right, race number 7 for me. I am 2 deep here to the 4, Rain Rock. That's the chalk part of it. And the 6, No Crying in the Uber, who is my top pick in there. Was first, placed 4th last time out. Won by a half a length, hoping to recover off of that here this evening. Race number 8 kicks off the 50-set pick 6. It is the Buckeye Stallion Series for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers in this race. Scratch the 5, Rooney Time, and Ronnie Wren Jr. drives the 7, Knockout Rock. Bob?
I'm going to go 3 deep here with the 1, 3, and the 6. I thought this was clearly the toughest division.
Yep.
Best horses in here, and I'm going to go with my top selection as a 6, Dancing Moon. Racing in that Noble Land Sam Series is equal to this field. He's won 3 out of the last 4, and you're getting Lasix for the very first time. I think this is a standout here. However, I used a couple other ones as well.
All right, race number 8 for me. I am 2 deep to the 1, Hi-Ho Silver, and the 6, Dancin' Moon. 6, Dancin' Moon picks up the services of Jeremy Smith here this evening. Finished 3rd, beaten by 2 3/4 lengths in that Noble Land Sam. And then the 1, Hi-Ho Silver. Gabe Pruitt and I were talking earlier this evening. Dan Noble knows what to do from the rail. Race number 9, a Philly American Condition Pacing event, Exacta Trifecta Superfecta Wagering. I am 4 deep here in race number 9. Take out the 6, Wicked Bling. Put Danny Noble on the 4, Flippin' Lucky. I used the 2, Giovanna by the Sea. 4, Flippin' Lucky, who was really good last week at very short odds. You won't get that price here tonight. Also used the 8, Indiana's Quest, and the 9, I'm Fancy Like.
I went with the 8, 9 here. I liked all the horses you're using. I just wanted to go a little shorter in this leg because I really like the 8, Indiana's Quest. This one's won 12 times lifetime, however, or 15 times lifetime. However, a lot of those were overseas, so they don't count against the non-winners of 7. This one has 6 now, and he's in line to do better things very soon. And I think he can overcome the outside post, which is now post 6.
All right, race number 10. I am 2 deep to round out this pick 5 sequence. The 1, Seaside Delight, and the 3, Born to Dance for trainer Jason McGinnis, has won 2 straight races. Now faces Buckeye Stallion Series Company.
Well, I went 2 deep here also with the 1 and 7, and the 7 looks very good to me. What an Ocean View. I talked about that one a couple races ago. Noble Land Sam. This division is not the toughest one, so it's like a drop-in class. Outside post the last 3 races. I really like this one's chances with Chris Page in the bike.
All right, I am at 257 with 4-6, with 1-6, with 2-4-8-9, with 1-3, a $96 play.
And I got 1-2 with the 2-4, with the 1-3-6, with the 8-9, with the 1-7. So basically 2 of your race, but one of them for $48.
All right, we are 4 minutes away from charity night event for the OHHA. One charity is about to go home with $5,000. A big night coming up here. We still got the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie and the $75,000 MGM Buckeye Distaff coming up later on.
Out to the track for tonight's 6th race, the OHHA's charity night event of the evening. Exacta trifecta, $1 pick 5. 1 Clearly Dreamy is owned by the J&R Racing and Cody Edward Eustace, trained by Jamie Weller. Dan Noble sits behind. The 2 is Do Me Better, owned by the Murata Investments, trained by Kathleen Murata, Ronnie Wren Jr. at the controls. 3 ATI Beat You To It, Jeremy Smith drives for owner-trainer Isaiah Schrag. The 4 Dancin' Trixie, owned by Knox Services and owner-trainer Jeff Conger. They team up with Chris Page. 5 The Dragon Queen, Jason Bartlett drives, trainer Kent Sherman, owner John DeSantis. Krista and Riley Harmon co-own the 6, Tough to Handle. Don Harmon drives for Krista Harmon. Aaron Merriman pilots number 7, Cobbler, owner-trainer Corey Kreiser. The 8 Bebop Becky, Billy Davis Jr. driving for Marion Chupp and owner David Beachy. And the 9 Lady Bay, owned by the Scalacci Stables, Sam Bova Racing and Chris Lems, trained by Jody Scalacci using Hunter Myers. Exacta trifecta, $1 pick 5. Back over in the 5th race, top choice was the 2 High on the Hill, who picks up leg number 2 and 2nd division of 6 of those Buckeye Stallion events for trainer Brian Brown, Ronnie Wren Jr. the winning drive. Flip over here to race number 6. This OHHA Charity Night. Best of luck to all 9 of our charities competing for some money. And I'm going to the 2, Do Me Better, out of the Kathleen Murata barn. They brought a horse here last year that raced extremely well, that had very similar running lines to this one. She's only made 3 starts as a 3-year-old since moving into the Murata barn. Raced in the Indiana Sire Stakes last time out, finishing 5th, but now she moves back to an overnight type class, and you pick up Ronnie Wren. That 53-2 mark at Hoosier 2 back is a nice one, rallying in 27-3. And I'll put her on top, looking for Wren to grab an early double for second. Here's the 1 Clearly Dreamy. You get Dan Noble here tonight. Made a break before the start, was put behind the 8 ball, ultimately regathered herself, and she finished 3rd. The efforts 2 and 3 back. She was dealt with post number 9 at Scioto, so might as well have just drawn a line through those, and then she was down the road 4 back at Miami Valley, so this one looks like she'll probably be forwardly placed if she can keep it together tonight. I'll use her second, and for third, going to the 5, the Dragon Queen, a winner last out, and you get Jason Bartlett tonight. 2154 for me, Gold Bob 1257. Best of luck. The Philly and Mare Pacers head behind the wings for the Ohio Charity Night. Akron Canton Regional Food Bank, By the Dawn's Early Light, the Emergency Assistance Center, First Tee of Cleveland, Geauga County Library Foundation, Happy Trails Farm Animal Sanctuary, Kent State University Geauga and Twinsburg Academic Center, the LCADA Way, and Lutheran Metropolitan Ministry. Best of luck to our 9 charities on hand. Cheer on your horse as they get set. They're off, they're pacing. The Dragon Queen steps out sharply down the center. Dancin' Trixie flanks her to the inside with Clearly Dreamin' toward the rail and Do Me Better part of this mix, and they're 4 deep on the first turn from the second tier. Lady Bay slides up to a good position as the Dragon Queen sweeps up to grab the lead as they hit the top of the back stretch. Clearly Dreaming will pocket Sid with Lady Bay racing from the third position, then Do Me Better who gets away in fourth. Dancin' Trixie floats down to the cones from fifth. ATI Beat You To It gets away racing in sixth. Then it's the trio of trailers of Tough to Handle, Cobbler, and Bebop Becky. Quarter time, 27-4. Into the far turn for the first time they go. The Dragon Queen on a tight Jason Bartlett rein leads Clearly Dreamy. Lady Bay, that long shot third place sitter, is 3.5 lengths behind. Do Me Better is next and 2 clear of Dancin' Trixie. ATI Beat You To It will swing off the rail to commence a rally. Gap of 3 to Tough to Handle, then Cobbler, and Bebop Becky can see them all. So they chase the Dragon Queen to the halfway point, and she'll complete that first circuit in 57-4. Less than 1 lap to go. The Dragon Queen tapped on the brakes to a half-minute breather. Clearly Dreamy having a good trip sitting in this pocket spot as Do Me Better tries to progress first up. Lady Bay jammed to the cones. Then it's ATI Beat You To It who vacates the rail. So too did Tough to Handle, stacked up with excess cover. So too is Cobbler. Dropping back is Dancin' Trixie who's calling it an evening. Then Bebop Becky. They work across the backstretch and approach a quarter of a mile left to go behind the Dragon Queen, who's been the long-time leader. She'll click 3/4 in 1:26. The pace picks up and they move for the far turn. The Dragon Queen on top. Clearly Dreamy's enjoying that nice trip. Do Me Better comes under urging with 2.5 lengths to pick up. ATI Beat You To It is up to 4th. Then Lady Bay. There's 1/8 of a mile left to go. The Dragon Queen to catch. Clearly Dreamy pops the deuce now for Noble, and she swings to the outside, and here she comes with big strides down the center. The Dragon Queen still has the lead. Clearly Dreamy on the outside's not by yet. Here she comes. Clearly Dreamy gets up to prevail at 2-5. Then the Dragon Queen and Do Me Better, 155-2. Coming back to the winner's circle, number 1, Clearly Dreamy, owned by the J&R Racing and Cody Edwards Eustace, trained by Jamie Weller, and catch-driven to victory by Dan Noble. Bred in Maryland by the Winback Farm, 4th lifetime win, 2nd this season for the 4-year-old bay mare by Dream Away out of Clearly Foxy by Royal Majesty, 155-2. The results are official: 1, 5, 2, and 3. Let's send it down to Gabe Pruitt, who's standing by in the winner's circle with the winning charity from the OHHA charity event.
Thanks a lot, Kitty. We've got a happy winner circle down here. We've got John Conaway with by the Don's Early Light, and Don Sherma. Don, we learned a little bit earlier, help foster kids out, do a lot of wonderful things. What does this mean to you to take down this top prize here tonight for $10,000?
All I got to say is we're going to make 3,800 plus foster children happy this year. That's all I got to say, and thank God. And we needed this because we are a strictly volunteer-run charity, and we rely solely on donations, so this is truly a blessing in disguise.
And this was a cool event. No one was rooting for the one down the stretch any more than you are.
Oh, did you see me standing up there? Yeah, well, I was worried there for a minute, but we did it.
And John, I saw you actually go up and, do a Lambo leap into the stands, I think, after the race, so you were pretty happy as well.
I was ecstatic. I know she was really waiting for this, and we were rooting hard tonight. It's her third year, so I'm glad to finally pull it off.
All right, well, congratulations, guys, by the Don's Early Light. Great cause. Charity night here, sponsored by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Happy group. Everyone's getting paid, but the Don's Early Light takes down the top prize.
Congratulations to By the Don's Early Light, winning charity $10,000 with the victory of the one, Clearly Dreamy. Here's the prices. Exacta $7.40, Trifecta $16.40, Pick 3 $13.90. Top down, Clearly Dreamy the winner. Do Me Better third. ATI beat you to it fourth. Dancing Trixie ninth. The Dragon Queen second. Tough to Handle seventh. Cobbler sixth. Bebop Becky eighth. Lady Bay fifth. 134 927 685. Flip to the seventh. Exacta Trifecta 20-cent Super. Jeremy Smith on the sixth. No Crying in the Uber. 7 minutes. Horses make their way onto the track for tonight's 7th race. It's the third of 6 divisions of the Buckeye Stallion Series. Number 1, Madison's Boy, is owned by Mary Thompson and Dustin Arledge, trained by Renee Loney using Tyler Angus. 2, Johnny's Sea Drop, owned by the Hutchinson Harness, trained by Brian Brown, Cam McCowan driving. 3, Fond C, owned by Adam Friedland and Hunter Holton, trained by Steve Carter using Kurt Zug. 4, Rain Rock, Aaron Merriman drives for owner-trainer Kurt Lepley. 5, Well That's Marky, is owned by Matt Rowe, trained by Logan Rowe using Chris Page. 6, No Crying in the Uber, Jeremy Smith catch drives, trainer Ron Steck, who co-owns with the Bootville Stables. 7, Racing Ripper, Darren Dowler drives, trains, and co-owns with Lawrence Bettler. And the 8, Dragon Medicine, owned by Richard Owings, trained by Earl Owings, Austin Hanners drives. Back over in race number 6, Top Choice Clearly Dreamy picks up the victory from the rail. Or rather, second choice there. Do Me Better was my top choice, who finished 3rd. Clear Dreamy's second choice, she picked up the victory from the rail as the favorite. As we flip over here to the 7th race, Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent Superfecta wagering as we continue to march closer to the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie. It's roughly an hour and a half away. Here in this 7th race, I'm going to the 2, Johnny Sea Drop. Finished 3rd in the Buckeye Stallion event after setting a pretty fast quarter of 26-3. Bo Brown was driving that day. Tried to take him down the road, got caught late, finished 3rd, but raced extremely well with an inside post. This is a guy that has speed, and from his inside post here again, I'm looking for him to go forward. Last week was parked every step from post number 9, the wide post, and was your beaten favorite over at Scioto, so I thought that this guy has some talent. If he can come back to that Buckeye Stallion event, I'm putting him on top. For second, using the 4, Rain Rock. Got to beat Merriman here in this spot. 2 Back was a winner with a first over bid, won by a neck. Finished 3rd in his division of the Buckeye Stallion over at Miami Valley. He had a tough trip, though, had to come from 7th and was able to gain good ground there to be 3rd. I'll use him 2nd in this spot. I thought they were the 2 horses to beat. And for 3rd, I went to the 6, No Crying in the Uber. You get Jeremy Smith here tonight. This horse that's been able to leave for position each week ended up getting parked 2 back in the Nappy in the final there. Last time out, tried to go down the road and ended up getting placed after going inside a pylon, but would have won that event last out at Scioto. And maybe if the win was on the program, maybe he'd be taking a little more play. 2-4-6-5 for me, 4-2-5-6 for Gold Cheap Bob. Best of luck. This field heads behind the wings for the 7th race. Here they come. 3rd Division, Buckeye Stallion Pacers on gate. And away they go. Johnny's Sea Drop, Rain Rock, and No Crying in the Uber. First into stride. Fonzie toward the inside will get away in 4th. Madison's Boy from the rail trying to slide up in front of Well That's Markey. Well That's Markey beats him to that spot. So Madison's Boy will come out racing in the 6th position. Racing Ripper and Dragon Medicine are the trailers. Across the backstretch, they'll all line up behind Johnny's Sea Drop. Johnny's Sea Drop on the point, and Rain Rock, the 4-5 pocket sitter right there for Merriman, off this opening quarter mark. Johnny Sea Drop there. Oh, and they whistled a quarter. 26-4. Sharp speed. Johnny Sea Drop over Rain Rock. Fonzie races 3rd. No Crying in the Uber from 4th. Well, That's Markey is 5th. Madison's Boy is now flanked by Racing Ripper. Dragon Medicine, the trailer. So they complete 3/8 as Johnny Sea Drop tries to back down the tempo. The outer flow begins with No Crying in the Uber first up outside of Rain Rock. Fonzie stays in. Well, That's Markey 2nd over. Racing Ripper will be 3rd up. Madison's Boys at the cones. Dragon Medicine 4th up. Double tiered at the halfway point in 57 seconds. They back it down big time. 30-1. Johnny Sea Drop was able to tap on the brakes there. No Crying in the Uber trying to crank up the pressure. Rain Rock locked in. He's enjoying a perfect trip. Well, That's Markey well spotted 2nd over for Page. Fonzie's down at the cones racing in 5th. Dragon Medicine's racing inside of Racing Ripper. Madison's Boy has dropped a trail. So they worked their way across the backstretch. Many chances with a quarter of a mile left to go. Johnny Sea Drop still the leader, but it's a short lead. No Crying in the Uber. Well, That's Markey. Sent 3 wide, and they're 3 across the course past 3/4 in 1:25-1. Rain Rock is in behind a wall of horses, but he looks like he's got pace. Just needs a place to prove it. Then Fonzie and Dragon Medicine. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go, and Well, That's Markey is ranging up 3 wide for Page, and he strides forward to grab the lead. Well, That's Markey gets the jump on Rain Rock, who slips through at the inside. Fonzie down the center. Well, That's Markey's almost home. Fonzie's gaining good ground, but he's out of time. Well, That's Markey gives Page a triple. Fonzie and Rain Rock complete the minors in 1:55. Note the judges post 5, 3, 4, and 6. Again, apologies to those on the apron with the technical difficulties of the tote board. Trying to get that fixed for you. But it should read 5, 3, 4, and 6. Number 5, Well, That's Markey, makes his way back here to the winner's circle. The 5, Well That's Marky, is owned by Matt Rowe, trained by Logan Rowe, driven victory by Chris Page, his 3rd win on the program. Trying to set himself up for a big night as he pilots the morning line favored by the Missile in the battle in just a couple of races. Well That's Marky's a 3-year-old bay gelding by Well Said out of the Iron Ridge Mare Ridge Jumper, bred in Ohio by the owner. 5th career win, first this season, 155. Let's send it down to the winner's circle where Michael Carter stands by with winning driver Chris Page.
Thank you, Kenny. Right here in the winner's circle, as you said, with winning driver Chris Page. You're trying to set yourself up for a big night. 3 wins already. How's it feeling, man?
Yeah, we need diaper money, so it's a great thing.
Listen, you and me both, brother. Listen, Well That's Marky. What an impressive performance. Obviously benefited from the testing fractions, but you qualified this colt, and he qualified really well for you.
Yeah, I actually drove him a little bit last year. He was really sharp. He was a little stale coming back this year. Logan made a few changes tonight, put an open bridle on him. Couldn't win a race for a better guy, Matt Rowe. He's one of my favorites, so it's going to be a good night for the Rowe family.
Now you drive High Flying Philly in the $75,000 MGM Buckeye Distaff. I talked to Ronnie over here last week. He said you were really high on her. She raced really well prepping for this race.
Yeah, last week I was just kind of getting a feel for the new surface on the track. I maybe went a little bit too early with her. Hopefully tonight I learned my lesson. We drew the rail in a good spot, so let's see what happens.
Listen, you're hoping to continue what has already been a big night for you. Congratulations, Chris.
Thanks, Michael Carter.
Congratulations again to Chris Page. He just picked up his 3rd win on the program. Here's the prices. Exacta $133.20, trifecta $366.60, the 20-cent super $119.12. And the top down, Madison's Boy was 8th, Johnny's Sea Drop 6th. Fonzie 2nd, Rain Rock 3rd, Well That's Marky 1st, No Cryin' in the Uber was 4th. Racing Ripper 7th, Dragon Medicine 5th. 862-314-75. Flip to the 8th. Let's continue the stakes action with the 4th division tonight. The Buckeye Stallion Series Exacta Trifecta 20-cent Super, 50-cent Pick 6 wagering. Scratch the 5 Rooney and Tune. Ronnie Wren Jr. on the 7 Knockout Rock. On track, 8 minutes. Here's the driver change in the 14th race, number 7, Drinking My Baby Goodbye. Make the driver Chris Page. That's in race number 14 for the number 7. 8th race, 4 minutes. On track for the 8th race. It's the 4th of 6 divisions for the Buckeye Stallion Series. Number 1, Hi Ho Silver, owned by Owens, the Walbro Stable, Norman Ray Racing, and Morris, trained by Christy Noble using Dan Noble. The 2, Rose Run ZZ, owned by the Carlo Racing, trained by AJ Carlo using Trevor Smith. Trevor Miller owns the 3, Wireless Caller. Billy Davis Jr. calls the shots for William Miller II. 4, Fancy Feet, owned by Ronald Ross, trained by Logan Ebersol, using Chris Page. Scratch the 5. 6, Dancing Moon, owned by the Hagerman Racing, Reeve and Hirschberger, trained by Herman Hagerman, using Jeremy Smith. 7, Knockout Rock, owned and trained by Bucky Trout, Ronnie Wren Jr. sits behind. And the 8, Jagger, owned by Amy Hawk, trained by Deborah Schwartz, Austin Hanners sits behind. Back over in race number 7, Well That's Markey gives Chris Page his 3rd win on the program as we flip over here to race number 8. I went to the 2. He's a big price right now on the board, sitting at 15-1. This horse that finished second, only beaten a length back in the Buckeye Stallion event over at Miami Valley. Since come back with a 4th and a 3rd. He's been right there, no wins, but he's been knocking at the door his last 4 starts. Maybe tonight's the night. He's going to be a good enough price for me to take a shot. I'll put him on top. For second, using the 1, Hi Ho Silver. Had to come from the widest post last time in the Nobleland final. Made a break 2 back, but the efforts before that, finishing second. He's been right there as well as the beaten favorite twice. I'll respect him from the rail. I'll put him second, and for 3rd, the 6, Dancing Moon. This horse that has plenty of early foot. He's probably going to go forward here, and he's 1 for 1 in the Buckeye Stallions. 2-1-6-3 for me. Gold Chief Bob 6-1-3-2. Best of luck. Wings open up for tonight's 8th race. Here they come. They're off. They're pacing. Dancing Moon gets the first call down the center. Hi-Ho Silver toward the inside. Wireless Caller drops into the third spot as they round the first turn behind Dancing Moon, who crosses over and makes the lead. Hi-Ho Silver comes out racing second. Wireless Caller gets away racing third. They're 6.5 lengths behind. He's traveling 2 clear of Knockout Rock, then 3 back to Yager. Rose runs easy, pretty much out of it. Through 3/8 of a mile, it's Dancing Moon who carves up the mile up front, leads the way to pocket-sitting Hi-Ho Silver. Wireless Caller racing in the third spot. Fancy Feet still in line from fourth, and Knockout Rock and Yager. The 6-pack of Pacers past the half of 57 and 1. 29 and 1 in that panel for Dancing Moon. No one's grabbed the right line. A lot of respect to this big favorite who takes the field with just over 3/8 of a mile left to go to the backstretch. So it's Dancing Moon the leader. Hi-Ho Silver still sitting in the second spot. Wireless Caller races third. Slightly gapping now is Fancy Feet from fourth. There goes Knockout Rock. He's the first one to vacate the rail, some 7 lengths from this leader. Then Yager. Across the backstretch they go. They're still behind Dancing Moon. 3/4, 125 and 3, and into the far turn they move. Dancing Moon the target. Hi-Ho Silver got a little steppy there. He put in some steps and lost several lengths now as Dancing Moon accelerates to a 3-length lead. Hi-Ho Silver still clinging to that pocket spot. Then Wireless Caller, nothing threatening from there. And now Hi-Ho Silver jumped it off as they come to the top of the stretch. Dancing Moon's all alone for the final 100 yards. Dancing Moon and Jeremy Smith go down the road. They'll win by about 6 in the end. Then it's Wireless Caller and Fancy Feet, 154 and 1. The judges pose 6, 3, 4, and 7. Coming back to the winner's circles, number 6, Dancing Moon, over the Hagerman Racing. Reeve and Hirschberger, trained by Herman Hagerman. Driven to victory by Jeremy Smith, the 3-year-old brown gelding by Dancing Yankee out of the Western Hanover mare Lofty Yankee. Was bred by the Spring Haven Farm of Ohio. Lifetime win number 4, fourth this season. Dancing Moon goes down the road in 154 and a fifth. Let's send it down to the winner's circle where Gabe Pruitt standing by with winning driver Jeremy Smith.
Thanks a lot, Katie, standing by with Jeremy Smith, the Dancing Moon. And Jeremy, this one looked like maybe just got used a little hard. It's out of there in that Noble Land Sam final. He'd been racing well. Tonight, it was as easy as it looked.
Yeah, actually it was. He actually come back to the couple starts before that final. In the final, he didn't race very good, to be honest, Gabe. And Herman had him scoped, and he come up sick. So said he was full of mucus. So I'm sure that played a lot into that.
Yeah, no question, but a nice bounce back, rebound effort here for him tonight. You've got a live shot in the Battle Lake area. I know it's a race you've driven in the past. Little Rocket Man, post 6 there as well. It looks like a tough race, but you've got a very solid horse that comes in on good form.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better horse. Gives 110% every time, and he just loves to do it.
And I'm assuming you'd like to see a little bit of a hot pace, maybe a little battle in front of you in that Battle Lake area.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was last night, and hopefully it happens because the little horse has got 3 lungs, and he don't care to be 5 deep.
All right, well, we'll see. Good luck with Little Rocket Man. Jeremy, you've been on a great run. You're the leading driver at Miami Valley. That's a tough circuit. Souder Downs, you've got a commanding lead, at least at this point, early in that meet. It's been a great couple of years for you.
Yeah. I credit a lot of it to I'm finally healthy. I mean, the last, 4 or 5 years, ever since my neck surgery, it ailed me pretty good, and just here and there, whatever, but it was just never not right. And I actually was able to take a little time off, forced, not taken, but best thing that ever happened to me, Gabe.
Well, congratulations. Keep up all the good work, and we'll look for you. Little Rocket Man, you'll have post 6, race 11 tonight in the Battle Lake area.
Congratulations to Jeremy Smith, piloting Little Rocket Man in just about an hour. Here's the prices. Exacta $26.60. The trifecta $245.20. Superfecta $136.96. The top down from race number 8. Hi Ho Silver was 6th. Rose Run ZZ was 7th. Wireless Caller 2nd. Fancy Feet 3rd. Scratch Rooney in Tune. Dancing Moon goes down the road. Knockout Rock 4th. Yager was 5th. 6, 7, 2, 3, scratch 1, 4, 5. We flip to the 9th. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent superfecta, $1 pick 3. Scratch the 3, fix your makeup. Scratch the 6, Wicked Bling. Dan Noble drives the 4, Flippin' Lucky. After the replay, have a special interview in the winner's circle with Director of Racing Dave Bianconi. Race fans, if you take a look out to the track, going by you right there is the 4 Carbine warming up for the Battle of Lake Erie, just 2 races away. Also have Line Drive Hanover out here in the clubhouse turn. So take a look, get your eyes out and take a peek at the Battle of Lake Erie participants for race 11. And now the long-awaited interview with Dave Bianconi, standing by with Gabe Pruitt in the winner's circle.
Thanks a lot, Katie. And this is a highly anticipated man to catch up with, of course, on the big nights and every night here at Northfield Park. We've got Dave Bianconi, the Director of Racing Operations. And Dave, I mentioned the pregame show here tonight. I think this is a race of the year that you've assembled in the Battle of Lake Erie. Now, Mike Carter did take all the credit for it in the pregame show. No, he did not. But
he never does that.
Talk to us about how you put this thing together. And this thing came up with a stellar field.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm looking for the best 9 horses I can get, and almost everyone said yes this year. So a phenomenal field. Obviously sad that Charlie May came up sick, but I totally understand they're not going to race a horse like that if he's not 100%. But we still have 8 phenomenal horses. The way it drew out, I mean, anything could happen, so I'm really looking forward to it.
And talk to us about the prep work that goes into having a big invitational like this. This is not something you do the week of. I know you're prepping for this for weeks and even months leading up to it, to put feelers out and see who may be interested to put a good group like this together.
People call me the week of as if I'm just throwing it together, but no, I mean, I start really early, especially on the top horses. I try to get them to commit, and then you kind of fill it out from there. But we've had a lot of success since we changed all of our big races from stakes to invitationals. You just get a better and fuller field, and that's the way I prefer to do it.
And you had another invitational tonight, the Buckeye. That's starting to gain some steam. The mares, it's going to be race 13.
Yeah, there were very few races for Ohio-sired veteran mares, and that's a really good race in the 13th. No huge standout, but it's the super high 5, so that's might be a good one to bet.
Yeah, it looks like a wide open field. Talk to us about things here in Northfield Park. Obviously, we've got the second highest wagering signal in the United States. Things just grinding along at a high rate. Handle's been solid. You've got a couple of big nights, I know, to come on the calendar. They're going to be big here in 2024 as well.
Yeah, I love this time of year because, you know it. We're meat and potatoes grinded out all year. A lot of claimers, maidens, you name it. But now we kind of get to shine in the summer and, show these fans some of the top horses in Ohio and the sport. So we got Milstein night August 10th with the Courageous Lady on the undercard as well. And we do host Ohio's Super Night here this year, Saturday night, October 12th. So some big money races coming up at Northfield through the summer and early fall.
All right, we look forward to that. Dave Bianconi, a fixture here for many years at Northfield Park. Kenny will send it back upstairs to you.
Taking a look at the battlefield that we just talked to, our director of racing, Dave Bianconi, assembled there. And take a look at that. 2-time Ohio Horse of the Year by the Missile headlines the field at 2-1 morning line. Also have the MGM Borgata Pacing Series winner, Hella Baloo, the Wizard Invitational winner, Carbine. It's a star-studded field from top to bottom, and we are just 2 races away from the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie. Horses make their way out to the track for tonight's 9th race. The 1 is Trey Tata, owned by Jennifer and Bo Brown. Bo Brown trains and drives. The 2, Giovanna by the Sea. Hunter Myers calls the shots for Jody Scalacci and owner Scalacci Stables, Vinny Costa Jr. and Sam Bova Racing. Scratch number 3. Put Dan Noble on the 4, Flippin' Lucky for trainer Peter Otten, owners Jeffrey Hausen and Soren Hofspian. The 5, Summer Games, owned by Ed Teefee, trained by Ed Ryder, using Yelly at Eaton. Scratch the 6. 7, Somewhere Dancing, is owned by Julie Kronitsky, trained by Robert Kronitsky Jr. Eric Tharps Jr. will handle the steering. Number 8, Indiana's Quest, owned by the Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi, trained by Ron Burke. They use Ronnie Wren Jr. The 9, I'm Fancy Like, owned by the Stable Group, trained by Jason McGinnis, Anthony McDonald in the Sulky. Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent Superfecta, $1, pick 3 wagering. Back over in race number 8, Top Choice pretty much had no chance after he broke and seemed to be uninterested going to the gate there. Nonetheless, Jeremy Smith picks up the victory at Dancing Moon. Maybe a preview for him from number 6, as he's got Little Rocket Man in race 11. Here we flip to the 9th. Golchi Bob and I flip our top 2 choices. I'm going to use the 9. I'm Fancy Like. This is a horse that gets some much-needed post relief. Been stuck with post 7, post 8, and she's raced well. Go 3 back from post 2. She got the victory with a good trip sitting in the pocket spot. I'm Fancy Like. I'm going to use here on top. For second, going to the 8, Indiana's Quest. She is a 3-time winner. The last 3 weeks she's been around the track. 3 straight for her, but she's got post 8 tonight. And the one time she had post 7, 4 back, she pretty much didn't threaten in that event, finishing 7th. I know that was a non-winner 6,500 field. It's a much tougher field in this one, but at 4-5, I didn't like her chances from post 8. However, the 2 scratches to her inside majorly help her chances here. And with these 2 scratches, she is now the horse to beat, and she's the deserving favorite. For third, I'll use the 2, Giovanna by the Sea. Tried to make all last time, ended up stopping, finished 5th, but if you could draw a line through that and look at the races before that, she certainly fits. Maybe her best isn't from the rail. Those are her 2 worst races. The efforts around that have been okay, and she's going to be a good price. 9-8-2-1 for me. Golchi Bob, 8-9-5-4. Best of luck in the 9th. Wings open for the 9th. Seven filly and mare pacers make the turn. Here they come. They're off. They're pacing. Indiana's Quest from the far outside. Steps out sharply. There goes Somewhere Dancing, who's on the go. So the two outside mares off the wings well. Toward the inside is Trade Tata. They round the first turn. And Summer Games is a part of the mix. Indiana's Quest is roughed up. She's 4 wide on the first turn. As they race to the backstretch, Summer Games has the lead. Indiana's Quest 3 wide, marching forward for Wren. Somewhere Dancing takes back off the dueling leaders into third. Trade Tata comes out racing fourth. I'm Fancy Like from the second tier gets away in fifth. Giovanna by the Sea is second last, 2 lengths clear of Flippin' Lucky, who's the trailer, and they're at the opening quarter in 27-1. Indiana's Quest was roughed up in that first quarter, but she's able to cross over and make the lead now. She leads by 1.5 lengths on Summer Games. Somewhere Dancing races third. Trade Tata racing fourth. I'm Fancy Like is in line of the single file field. Giovanna by the Sea is reserved second last and only in front of Flippin' Lucky. Down in front of the stands, they're behind Indiana's Quest, the big favorite, 1-5. She'll get to the half in 57, so a 29-4 panel for her. Summer Games is in a loose pocket now. She's 2 lengths behind. Trade Tata trying to rev it up first up. I'm Fancy Like will follow her second up. Somewhere Dancing down at the cone still has that fourth spot. Giovanna by the Sea is still sixth, and Flippin' Lucky is trailed throughout. 3/8 of a mile left to go. They got to track down Indiana's Quest, who has a 2-length lead onto the backstretch. Summer Games still second. Trey Tata hasn't made any progress while first up. I'm Fancy Like's going to have to fan 3 wide. Somewhere Dancing down at the cones. Then Giovanna by the Sea and Flippin' Lucky. They pass 3/4 in 1:25-1, and they head into the far turn behind the big favorite Indiana's Quest with her win streak on the line. She's on top by 1.5 lengths. Summer Games trying to cut into the margin. Then I'm Fancy Like. There's 1/8 of a mile left to go. Indiana's Quest time to go to work and seal the deal. Summer Games and I'm Fancy Like trying to get to her. Indiana's Quest still has the lead. Summer Games on the outside. Here she comes. Summer Games got her. Summer Games over Indiana's Quest and I'm Fancy Like in 1:54-2. Five, 8, 9, and 7 on the board, unofficial. Into the winner's circle, the 5, Summer Games, owned by Ed Teefee, trained by Ed Ryder, and driven to victory by Elliott Eaton. Bred by the Winbank Farm of Maryland, lifetime win number 5 and 4th this season for the 3-year-old Chestnut Filly by Shadow Play out of April May Dune by Duneside Perch. The results are official, 5, 8, 9, and 7. Exacta $26.60, trifecta $80.20, 20-cent super $114.84. Top down, Trey Tata 5th. Giovanna by the Sea was 7th. Scratch Fixture, Makeup, Flippin' Lucky 6th. Summer Games the winner. Wicked Bling was scratched. Somewhere Dancing 4th. Indiana's Quest 2nd. I'm Fancy Like 3rd. Top down, 5-7 Scratch. 6-1 Scratch. 4-2-3. Up next, the 10th. Exacta Trifecta. 20-cent Superfecta. No changes. 11 minutes.
Welcome back to the press box here at MGM Northfield Park. Everybody's getting some screen time tonight here with our announcer, Kenny Livingood. And Kenny, this is your second Battle of Lake Erie. And I'll tell you what, a stacked field of 8 with the scratch of Charlie May. But I got to ask, man, any nerves?
Oh, absolutely. It's the battle. You gotta definitely going to have the big nerves on the big night, but I'm ready to go. And, yeah, the screen time for me is pretty cool because usually I'm just the man behind the mic.
Well, we're glad to get you out in front of the camera a little bit. You did the handicapping segment with Bob Roberts this morning. Did an awesome job on that, by the way. And we're going to talk about the 11th race, the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie. We're just, what, about 25 minutes or so away?
I would say, yeah, 25, 30 minutes.
So
getting close.
Yeah, it's getting close.
Getting ready.
I wanted to get you out of the booth and in here before
get a little relaxing
before you,
time.
shut me out. So a $25,000 guaranteed pick four in the 11th race.
Estimated pick four.
Estimated pick four, right. Line Drive Hanover, #1, the Anthony Beaton trainee, was second in the Cam Luck Classic, has been racing very well. Took a little bit of time off after the Borgata Pacing Series, and who could forget that, Kenny? Horse got really roughed up in that start.
He had no chance in the Borgata. They got completely torched, and he moved into the Beaton barn. He's been super up there, 2 second-place finishes, and you heard Merriman earlier. He's going to be on the front here in this spot, and at least I expect him to, so if he's not, I'll be shocked. But I'm expecting Aaron to be forward, and this has got a horse with speed and from the rail, and this is probably Aaron's best shot to win a battle.
2 by the missile. Chris Page said earlier, we've got options, and he's had a big night thus far. He's got 3 victories on the program. Trainer Ron Burke enters this one second off the layoff, and it wasn't the greatest trip last week. He had to come 3 wide off the turn. It's not the kind of trip I think Ron Burke would have wanted first off the shelf.
No, he post 8 was just unfortunate for him to draw this 2-time Ohio Horse of the Year. Again, no chance trip with that, but this is a horse that he's got a tough draw here post 2. If Kakali keeps the hole closed with the 9 and follows Merriman out of there, he could end up parked going to the quarter. Maybe he can clear Merriman. I don't know if Aaron's going to let anybody in front of him. So I'm curious to see how this first 8th to a quarter really goes. And for me, that's the most exciting part about the whole race.
Well, we did see a 26-4 opening quarter earlier, so who knows what we're going to see here.
I've been thinking we could get to the quarter in 25 and a piece, so we'll see how fast these guys really want to go today.
All right, 3 coaches quarter. The Per Engblom trainee was 3rd in the Joe Osier, coming off of a win at the Meadowlands in 149-3. Jason Bartlett is back in the sulky here tonight. Has a modest chance. This is one of about 6 in here that have a really big opportunity.
This is a horse I put second just because he's always knocking at the door, and if the pace does heat up and maybe he works out some kind of second over or third over trip, maybe he can spoil the party. He's going to be a good price. Or if he has to sit on the rail and shake free late and be lucky. But sometimes long shots win in these big races when things get crazy on the front. You got Jason Bartlett. I'm going to use him here at a price.
For Carbine, talk about a massive looking animal. You called me over to his stall. His ears were just about touching the top of the shipping barn. It was unbelievable.
Horses are big, but as we walked through the shipping barn, just looking at them all, and then you look at Carbine, and it's like, wow, that is a horse. He is a giant. He is a big boy.
He's coming off a victory at Souder Downs in 150-1 for trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. He's been racing through much of the Midwest, was a winner of the 100,000 Wizard Invitational. I would not be shocked at all. This is my top pick in here.
Carbine has a ton of speed. He's another one that's going to probably go forward here and make things interesting. If he can get over Aaron, maybe he can sit the pocket to Missile. Again, very curious to how they go to this opening quarter.
Hullabaloo earned his way into the Battle of Lake Erie. Obviously, he's been racing lights out since the Borgata Pacing Series final, but he earned his way in with a win, and you're in with our sister property by a massive upset for the 2nd year in a row at 12-1 in the Borgata Pacing Series final. Did win the Cam Luck Classic, just holding off a hard closing line drive. Hanover, who won't get the same kind of trip here from the rail, obviously. So Hullabaloo is going to have a difficult task ahead of him.
This is another horse that everybody's talking about, wants to go forward. I don't know what Ronnie's going to do here. He's certainly not getting away with the 58 half that he was talking about. But Hullabaloo, 2-time Borgata Pacing winner, so he shows up on big days.
Jeremy Smith was just down in the winner's circle after winning a race here. He talked about the 6 Little Rocket Man with Gabe Pruitt. He is very high on this horse. Little Rocket Man has been here twice before, hoping 3rd time's a charm, coming off 2 straight victories.
Yeah, both years in the battle, he's had tough trips. He had post 2, so now he kind of gets the destiny trip that maybe he wants. He's going to come from the back. He'll need the pace in front of him, but he's exploded the last 2 weeks, and he beat Carbine square on the number last week.
I did a story on Why Not Now yesterday. It was in the U.S. Trotting Association, and trainer Todd Luther was extremely high on Why Not Now. Obviously, they're going to have some aggressive tactics from the outside. Now in post 7 instead of post 8, but picks up the services of driver Danny Noble. And Todd Luther was very happy with the performance in the Graduate.
Dan Noble, one of only 2 other drivers in this race that have won the battle. Unfortunately, Brett Miller out of this race, but now Danny and Matt, who we're about to talk about, are the only 2 that have won a battle. He's got post 8 to overcome. The scratch does help, and he's only making his 2nd start. He was talented last year at the end of the season, but he's going to need some luck from there.
9 Desperate Man, Travis Alexander brings this one in. Obviously, Travis didn't have as much luck with Backstreet Shadow last year. Matt Kakali, the winningest battle driver in the history of the Battle of Lake Erie. Matt Kakali used to drive here at Northfield Park on a full-time basis. I would not be shocked at all to see Desperate Man from Post 9. In fact, this is your top pick.
This is my top pick, and I'm going to apologize to trainer Travis Alexander. He got the announcer jinx last year with Backstreet Shadow, so I hope I don't make it 2 years in a row on him. But Desperate Man, he had to come first up in a Ruthless Hanover last week. That was just it's a tough horse to come first up. They went 26, and he hung around to be 4th. He had every reason to stop there, and he raced extremely well in the Borgata final. When he was parked, Kaylee drove aggressively, wanted to put him on the front, and he ended up, Zeron wasn't going to let him by, so he got parked by Line Drive, and he actually beat Line Drive, and Line Drive had the rail. Desperate Man was out the mile, so I thought he raced very well in that spot. We know he can get around the half. He was a 4 for 4 in the Borgata going into the final, so he's my top choice.
All right, I'm at 4.692 in the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie. Kenny's at 9.326. Kenny, good luck in your second Battle of Lake Erie. I know it's going to be another great call, and it's going to be another great race.
Appreciate it. We'll have some fun.
Thanks.
Horses are on the track for the 10th. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent superfecta wagering. The 1, Seaside Delight, with the Red Line Racing Stable. Red Racer, Van Duzen, and Brombaugh, trained by Kane Kaufman, who's in the sulky. 2, Rose Run Zach, owned by Wataker LA Racing, trained and driven by Derek Wataker. The stable group will send out the 3, Born to Dance. Anthony McDonald drives for trainer Jason McGinnis. 4, Seaside Escape, owned by the Country Club Acres, Joseph Bracco and JF Racing, Latour and AWS Stables, trained by Brian Brown using Ronnie Wren Jr. Aaron Merriman pilots number 5, Somewhere Up, for owner-trainer Betty Clegg. The 6 is Pest Control, owned by Richard Stacy, trained by Charlie Merrick, driven by Kurt Zug. 7, What an Ocean View, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, RAS Racing, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby, trained by Ron Burke using Chris Page. And the 8, 9106, owned by Tim Homan, Norman Ray Racing, and Jim Burnett, trained by Christy Noble. Dan Noble's in the sulky. Back over in race number 9, impressive rally down the center for Summer Games. Was able to pick up her 4th from her last 5 starts. She's raced extremely well here at Northfield. Indiana's Quest had to settle for 2nd. We flip over here to race number 10. It's the last race before the headline event of the evening. The Battle of Lake Erie goes as race number 11, so we're just 1 race away. Here in the 10th, I'm going to the 4, Seaside Escape. Had post 10 in the Buckeye Stallion event over at Miami Valley, so had the 2nd tier. Ended up getting sent at just shy of 3-1, so went off there and finished 5th, beaten 2 lengths. But I thought raced well, had to rally 28-2, came back, had another good trip last time. You get Ronnie Wren in the bike. Wren's already teamed up with a victory for Brian Brown earlier. I'll go with them here, the $75,000 purchase. Son of Down by the Seaside. For 2nd, I'm using the 7, What an Ocean View. This is a horse that won the Nobleland Final for the Burke Connections. Had broken equipment 2 back. You can just draw a line through that race and forget about it. The efforts before that were plenty good enough, including a Buckeye Stallion win. He's the horse to beat. He's got to overcome a wide post. I'll use him 2nd. And for 3rd, the 1, Seaside Delight from the rail. His only try in stakes competition was in the Ohio Sire Stakes last time back on May 4th. Now I got it 4-7-1-6. Gold Sheep Bob 7-1-4-2. Best of luck. 10th race up next. Fifth Division Buckeye Stallion Series Pacers, 5th of 6. They head behind the gate. Here they come. And away they go. Somewhere up down the center. Has speed. There goes What an Ocean View. Seaside Delight's the quickest from the rail, and Seaside Delight heads into the corner with the advantage. Rose Run Zach comes out second. Stacked up 3 deep. What an Ocean View. Taken back off the speed is Born to Dance. Seaside Escape is taken back into the 5th spot in front of Somewhere Up, who comes out 6th. Pest Control second last. 9-1-0-6 can see them all. They travel across the backstretch. What an Ocean View, working hard to make the front from this race favorite, and What an Ocean View clears as they rattle off the opening quarter in 27-3. They're followed by Seaside Delight, who races second. Rose Run Zach is 3.5 lengths off the top while racing third, putting in some steps there, trying to keep it together. Born to Dance races from fourth, slightly gapped there. Seaside Escape back on the go for Wren, flushed out by Somewhere Up, who wants that outer flow to develop. Pest Control is stacked up with excess cover while 7th. 9-1-0-6 takes the short route at the tail. So they chase What an Ocean View and Chris Page, who looks for his 4th victory on the program, and he'll complete that first circuit in 57-3. It was a half minute in that panel for What an Ocean View. Into the payoff lap with the advantage. Seaside Delight racing second. First up, Seaside Escape racing up to be third. Rose Run Zach pinned in while 4th. So too is Born to Dance, who's flanked by Somewhere Up, then Pest Control. Outside of 9-1-0-6, they still got to get to What an Ocean View, who travels across the backstretch with a 1.5 length lead on Seaside Delight. Seaside Delight, that 4 to 5 race favorites, had this pocket journey, but needs a place to go. Flanked by Seaside Escape. Down at the inside, Rose Run Zach. Off cover is Somewhere Up. 3/4, 126-4. They head into the far turn. What an Ocean View still there. Seaside Escape matching strides with Seaside Delight, then Somewhere Up, who needs the fine 4. At the inside, Rose Run Zach. They come to the top of the stretch, and What an Ocean View has something left and opens up 2.5 as Page goes to work on What an Ocean View. Seaside Delight is second, but no one's got What an Ocean View. Give Chris Page a 4th on the program. He tees it up for a big night. Then Seaside Delight and Seaside Escape 156. Seven, 1, 4, 3 on the board unofficial. Coming back to the winner's circle, the 7, What an Ocean View, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, RAS Racing, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby. Trained by Ron Burke, his 2nd on the program. Driven to victory by Chris Page, his 4th on the program. The 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Down by the Seaside out of the Yankee Cruiser mare Graceful Vision, bred by LMN Bred Stables of Ohio. Lifetime win number 5, third this season, back-to-back for What an Ocean View in 156. The results are official. Let's send it down to the winner's circle. Gabe Pruitt standing by.
Thanks a lot, Kenny. Standing by here with co-owner Chris Breckler, Knox Services. You know him as in the program, but nice win here, Chris, with the What an Ocean View.
Yeah, he's turned out to be a nice colt. Chris has drove him great the last couple starts, and it shows.
Yeah, and post 7th tonight, no problem, snapped right at the lead.
Yeah, it was great. Chris did a job like he always does.
And talk to us about, I know you're a big supporter of the Ohio program. You co-own a lot with the Burke Brigade here in the Buckeye State. Talk to us about Tennessee Tom. How good was he earlier tonight? Cool to see him get a big win.
Yes, it was. He was really good tonight. I mean, after having about a month and a half off, he raced super. You know, Ronnie and the Burke Brigade does a great job.
And the Tennessee Tom, we've seen him, as you said, miss a little time in between starts. What's the schedule moving forward? Do you know you're going to plan to keep him on the Buckeye State? I know he's raced the Mohawk Million last year. He's been a little bit of everywhere. What's the plan, going forward with him?
You know, I think he's pretty much going to stay here in Ohio. But, obviously Ronnie can do what he wants to do, and that's fine, too.
He does a pretty good job when you're just along for the ride with him.
Absolutely. It's a great team.
All right, congratulations, Chris, co-owner here at Knox Services. What an Ocean View. Takes race 10, the big one, up next.
Congratulations to one of the partners of the Burke Brigade there with What an Ocean View. Here's the prices. Exacta $12.80. The trifecta's $34. The pick 5, $774.90. 20-cent super, $9.56. Top down, Seaside Delight second, Rose Run Zach was sixth, Born to Dance fourth, Seaside Escape was third, Somewhere Up fifth, Pest Control eighth, What an Ocean View was first, 9106 seventh, 264 358 17. Up next, the race we've all been waiting for tonight. It's the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent superfecta added there. Also have a $1 pick 4, estimated $25,000 in the pool. Scratch the 7, Charlie May. We're scratched down to a field of 8. They'll be on the track in 8 minutes.
The feature race of the evening. The $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie is coming up next. We are just 5 minutes away from a post parade. So we're going to quickly go through this pick four. $25,000 estimated, but like you looked at, we're almost halfway there already.
Oh, yeah. Already we've been 5 figures. It's going to be, I think we're going to blow past the 25,000. So this will be a nice pool. And it's low takeout here on a nightly basis, just 14%. Dollar minimum. I love the dollar minimum, by the way, here at Northfield. So kudos for that. But I think that, really, if you could snag a price, you can really get a long way out of that and get a lot of value out of it when you have that dollar minimum.
Well, Kenny and I talked a little bit about the Battle of Lake Erie. I'm 4 deep to the 2, 4, 6, and 9. Tell me who you like.
Well, I think anyone can win this race. We said at the pregame show, this is a legitimate, very good field. I'm 3 deep here, 2, 3, and 9. I mentioned my reservation by the missile. He's going to be the favorite. He's a horse to beat. He's got a good post here. Just his second start, is he really ready to fire his best shot here? Or is he going to get better with each start over the course of the season? I don't think it needs any layup in this spot. This is just too good of a group, too deep of a group. Didn't have the nerve to go completely against him, by the way, so I'm going to use him in my business there, 4 to 5. I also tossed in Coach's Corner. Good early speed, one of many early speedsters in here. Who knows what Bartlett's going to have in mind there from post 3. I thought he was good in that Auger Memorial up at Harris Field. My top choice in here is Desperate Man. He's the horse that's had just the terrible trips week after week, start after start, in all the big dances. He's got the second tier tonight. So I think that's going to force him to be covered up here for a little bit. And I think he'll be a good price. He's not a 4 to 1 on the board right now. I think that's probably where we'll see him at post time.
You and Kenny are both on Desperate Man's coattail. By the way, Matt Kakali, the winningest driver in the Battle of Lake Erie. Race number 12, we both single the 8 here, Strong Poison. Not much left to say on that one.
You know what? It's just class. She moved over to trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. This year for a 4-year-old campaign. Looked to be a purchase there for Eric and Lisa Cherry's Let It Ride Stables, Data Parham's Odds on Racing. So she's done very well, 2 for 3. Last one back there at South against Open Company. I think she's just class-wise a legitimate free-for-all type mare. And we haven't seen her on a half that much, but she'll be aided tonight with the scratch from post 7 instead of post 8, so that can't hurt her chances here in well. And I just think in terms of, the type of classy mare she is, that she's the one to beat in there. She's going to be a prohibitive favorite, and a lot of people single in this sequence.
All right, race number 13. I am 3 deep to the 1 High Flying Filly, 2 racing for 3 in the 9. Hang on, Cowgirl. Some really nice fillies in this MGM Buckeye district.
Yeah, it is a good field. So kudos to putting this sort of a sister event to the big dance here tonight.
Dave did a good job.
Dave did a great job there as well. So racing for 3 is my top choice. We talked about it on the pregame show as well, Mike. This one missed a month prior to the last race at Saldo. Handled conservatively, as you would expect, but she came flying at the end of it. The 2 that finished 1-2 there got away 1-2. So they were sort of well out of the way, with Strong Poison being one of those. She dove to the inside and finished up with a lot of pace there. Finished a good solid 3rd. Needed the start. Good post tonight. Trevor Smith, obviously, vote of confidence. He's coming all the way up here for the drive tonight. So I'd like to see that as well. I've treader A.J. Carlo like her, but I am going to go 2 deep there. I think the horse is going to get the trip, the 1 High Flying Filly.
All right. Race number 14 is the final race of this pick 4 sequence. I am 2 deep to the 4, Noble Dale and the 5 Magic by the Sea. I'm hoping Noble Dale will give me a little bit of a price here. It's coming off a 3rd place effort, draws inside here tonight, gets post relief, gets Elliot Deaton back in the song.
Yeah, we just
already got a win tonight.
Just pulled off an upset. Just knocked off a 1 to 5 shot. I don't think Magic by the Sea is going to be 1 to 5 because I use that one here too. I'm 5, 8, and 9. But this is going to be a prohibitive favorite, and this one's got early speed. You've got just torched a little bit in the Jerry Knappenberger final at Souder Downs, 26-1, 54-3. Just took the starch out of this one a little bit down there, which that's certainly understandable. But who knows how fast this one's going to have to go tonight to get out of there. I tossed on a couple of prices here as well. 3 Margarita Shot, Bartland post 8. I think this one's a little bit of a sleeper in this spot tonight. Going to have some luck to get a lively pace, but I thought he could be a sweeper on the end of it. And same thing could be said for Here's Popeye. Cam McCown put this one in a good shot spot last time. Second over, rolled off cover, got the job done. The horse that he beat in there, I raced a little earlier tonight, and it was a good second. So that's a good note there as well. Again, the horse Here's Popeye defeated. Very good here earlier on the card.
All right, real quick, I'm at 4, 6, 7, 9 with the 8, with 1, 2, 9, with 4, 5. It's a $24 play.
I'm in for 18. You can see right there on the monitor. So 3 deep, we'll single Strong Poison up. Go 2 deep and 3 deep to close it out. Big pull here coming.
All right, the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie is coming up next. Enjoy it. And don't forget, we still got a bunch of live racing to go. Still 5 or 6 races left to go on this Saturday night at MGM Northfield Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome out to the track, the 38th Battle of Lake Erie participants. Let's meet the field. The one, Line Drive Hanover, a runner-up in the Camelot Classic in his last start, is owned by the West Wind Stable, McKinley and Fielding and Mac Nickel. Trained by Anthony Beaton, will be driven by Ohio's leading driver, Aaron Merriman. Two-time Ohio Horse of the Year, and most likely going to be your betting favorite. It's the 2 By the Missile. He's owned by the Burke Racing Stable. Eric Good, Rich Lombardo Racing, and Weaver Buscemi. Trained by Hall of Famer Ron Burke. Chris Page, looking for a 5th win on the program, is in the sulky. Number 3, Coach's Corner. He's been knocking at the door all season. 7 runner-up finishes with 3 wins. Owned by the Jeff Fott Racing and Brian Carsey. Trained by Per Engblom. Jason Bartlett will drive. Out to the track next is the 4, Carbine. He's owned by the Odds On Racing, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Austin Hanners has the bike. He is your Wizard Invitational winner from May 4th at Miami Valley. Since Austin Hanners took over the drives, he's 4 from 5 starts. He pilots number 4, Carbine, for Virgil Morgan. Number 5, two-time MGM Borgata Pacing Series winner, Hullabaloo. 1 of 2 here for trainer Ron Burke. This one's owned by the Burke Racing Stable. Eric Good, Weaver Buscemi, and Lawrence Carr. Ronnie Wren Jr. is in the sulky. 6, Little Rocket Man, the winningest horse in the race with 58 victories. Owned by Russell Beeman and Jack Freeman. Trained by Ken Rucker. Jeremy Smith has the lines. Back-to-back open victories for Little Rocket Man, who makes his 3rd start in the Battle of Lake Erie. Scratch number 7, Charlie May, due to sickness. Post number 8 for Why Not Now, who's owned by the Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther. Dan Noble, looking for his 2nd career battle win, is in the bike. Why Not Now, coming in off just 1 start. He makes his 2nd start here. This is a horse that won the Progress Pace from Dover Downs a season ago. And to round out the field, number 9, Desperate Man. Owned by Kathy Shakeen, trained by Travis Alexander. Matt Kakali, the winningest battle driver in history. He's won 4. He looks for a 5th. He drives Desperate Man, who went off with 4 straight Borgata wins before finishing 3rd in the final. Comes in off a 4th place finish last time in the Joe Auger Memorial. There's Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent Superfecta, $1 pick 4 wagering, $25,000 estimated in the pool. We heard Gabe Pruitt and Michael Carter talk about it. We're going to blow past that estimate, it looks like. The pool's already strong, so best of luck in your wagers here in the Battle of Lake Erie. Taking a look up there on the screen, Michael Carter's selections of 4, 6, 9, and 2. And I got it 9-3-2-6. I'm going to the 9, Desperate Man. Talked about it a little bit with Michael Carter just a few moments ago. This horse that had to come first up into Ruthless Hanover last time. That's a very tough thing to do when Ruthless Hanover's going 26 in that 3rd quarter. Desperate Man was out a lot of that mile. I'm going to use him on top, look to get back to the winning ways. And I think being pinned in the rail from the 2nd tier is only going to help him. He's committed to the rail spot. We'll need the trip to develop from there. We'll see if he follows Merriman out of there. This is going to be a very exciting opening quarter. For second, I'll use the 3, Coach's Corner. 7 second place finishes this season. He's been knocking at the door. Just needs the right kind of setup, but he's a good enough price at a horse that's only a length or 2 away each and every start against top horses. For 3rd, I'll use the 2, By the Missile. He's the horse to beat, but he comes in only off of 1 start. However, that was from post 8 with a very quick pace in front of him that did not collapse. He had too much to do, too much to overcome off the layoff. You have to respect By the Missile, the richest horse in the race at $2.1 million in career earnings. Hats off to our director of racing, Dave Bianconi, putting together a wicked field for the 38th Battle of Lake Erie, and it's in just a couple of minutes. $17,000 in that pick 4 and continuing to grow. Current betting favorite, the 2, By the Missile, two-time Ohio Horse of the Year, taking the play at 4-5 on the board. The starting car starts to roll past us here. We're getting ever so close to the 38th Battle of Lake Erie. Once again, thank you to all the racing fans that are here on track. Taking a look downstairs, it's a very nice crowd. Thank you for joining us and supporting the 38th Battle of Lake Erie. Gary Locke's starting car opens for the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie. A field of 8 lining up. Let's meet the field one last time. From the rail out, line drive Hanover, Aaron Merriman. By the Missile, Chris Page. Coach's Corner, Jason Bartlett. Carbine, Austin Hanners. Hullabaloo, Ronnie Wren Jr. Little Rocket Man, Jeremy Smith. Scratch the 7. Why Not Now, Dan Noble. And Desperate Man and Matt Kakeli. These 8 man their battle stations for the 38th Battle of Lake Erie. Here they come. They're off in the battle. Carbine blast off down the center for Hanners. He gets over By the Missile and line drive Hanover, and Carbine, before they hit the opening turn, has already crossed over and he makes the lead. By the Missile is on the go. He's racing outside of line drive Hanover. Hullabaloo dives into the rail. Desperate Man made a break on the first turn. Desperate Man and Matt Kakeli are off stride at the tail, so they step onto the backstretch, and By the Missile has worked his way to the front. Carbine, who left 4 position, gets to pocket sit behind the favorite. Line drive Hanover is third. Hullabaloo races in fourth as they head to the opening quarter, and it's not all that quick at all. It's 27 seconds. They're followed by Coach's Corner. Little Rocket Man follows him. Gap of 2 to Why Not Now, and Desperate Man, after his early miscue, is the trailer. He's last and 10 or 12 lengths behind the big favorite By the Missile. By the Missile out front leads Carbine, who gets to pocket sit. Line drive Hanover angles off the rail. Merriman feeds him racetrack first up. Coach's Corner's well spotted second up and following him. Down at the inside is Hullabaloo, who's covered up as they pass the half in 55 and 2. Then Little Rocket Man, who vacates the rail. Gap of 5 to Desperate Man, and Why Not Now is the trailer. They head into the payoff lap in the Battle of Lake Erie. They got to get to By the Missile. By the Missile leads the way. Line drive Hanover is at his wheel, trying to make him earn it. Down at the inside is Carbine, who's had a perfect trip for Hanners. Coach's corners well spotted, all set to roll 3 deep for Bartlett. Little Rocket Man stacked up with excess cover. Hullabaloo's buried in traffic, then Desperate Man to 3/4 they go in 1:23. By the Missile steps on the gas. Chris Page asks him to finish the job. By the Missile into the far turn with the lead. Coach's corner 3 wide. Little Rocket Man is revving up 4 wide. Desperate Man still within the thick of things. Then line drive Hanover Carbine wide open at the top of the stretch as they gang up on the Missile. By the Missile's off the turn with the lead. Here comes Little Rocket Man, who's storming home down the center. Down at the inside is Coach's corner, but it's Little Rocket Man at 20-1. And he triumphs in his 3rd battle start in 152-4. It took him 3 tries, but he triumphs tonight. Little Rocket Man, in his 3rd career battle start, picks up the victory. For owner Russell Beeman and Jack Freeman, he's trained by Ken Rucker, driven to victory by Jeremy Smith. The 8-year-old Bay Gelding by Rockin' and Image, out of GT Miss Royal by Pilgrim's Punch, was bred by the Victory Hill Farm of Indiana. Little Rocket Man, give him his 59th career win. Making the trophy presentation to the connections of Little Rocket Man, it's Rick Whitkop, Executive Director of Food and Beverage, and Brett Hammer, the Director of Finance. Congratulate Little Rocket Man in the winner's circle. The results are official, 6-3, 9, and 4. Congratulations once again to Little Rocket Man. Let's send it down into the winner's circle where Gabe Pruitt is standing by with the connections of the winner, Little Rocket Man.
Thanks a lot, Kitty. And standing by, we've got trainer Ken Runker right now. Jeremy Smith's going to join us here in a moment. Ken, talk to us about this horse. I know he's just been a pleasure to be around, but this had to surprise you. You know, it's not an easy move 4 wide around that final turn at Northfield.
No, it's not. He's unbelievable. He wants to win every race. He just got a heart of gold. He's a pleasure to be around.
And the rougher it goes for him, it seems like he just likes it and just keeps right on rolling.
Yeah. He don't never take a day off. That's for sure.
And what's next as far as the stakes schedule goes? There's a lot of invitationals I know here in the Midwest. Do you have anything planned? Any other big events down the way? Or go back to home base saddle and figure things out?
Well, we got a couple races at Scioto and Hoosier, the big races, and then we stake them for Lexington at the end of the year.
All right, we'll look forward to seeing him down there for sure. And you had to be a little surprised. We'll ask Jeremy about this when we bring him in a moment as well. The fractions, everybody thought this was going to be a suicidal fraction type race. They were really, really fast for this type of level. You were pretty far back there in the early stages.
Yeah, I was wanting some wicked fractions, and I kind of went around there soft, and I thought we were in trouble.
Well, he got the job done as he typically does at the end of the day.
Yep, he's special.
All right, congratulations, Kim. We'll bring in Jeremy Smith. Whoa. Jeremy's a pretty happy guy here in the winner's circle. Boy, you said this guy liked to be 4 or 5 wide. It didn't matter.
Right. I told you he's got 3 lungs and no stop to him.
You stood here and told all of us here how confident you were in tonight, how good he was coming into the race.
Right.
And I stood here and watched it 20-1.
I know, and probably didn't even have him, did you?
I did not, but that's typical, so that's no big deal.
Right.
No, you had to be, I just talked to Ken, the fractions weren't overly taxing.
No.
You wanted quick fractions to chase, but it really didn't even set up for him.
No. I mean, everything I anticipated to happen in the race, none of it happened. But the horse just overcame it.
And when you were sitting that far back at the half was 55 and change, you had to be a little concerned.
Oh, yeah. At that very second, I just kind of thought if I could be 3rd or 4th, it'd be great. But I knew when I was within, say, 3 or so going into the bottom turn that he would get there. I mean, I had full confidence going into the bottom turn that this little horse would get me there.
Yeah, off the top of the stretch there, you're 4 wide. He just kind of surged to get the lead. You had confidence he could dig down and get it done.
Oh, yeah. He never lets me down. From the top of the stretch to the wire, he's going by somebody.
All right, it's been quite the ride. I know you'll show up anywhere Little Rocket Man does. You're looking forward to sitting behind him every week.
Yep. Can't wait for the next one.
All right, Jeremy Smith, Battle Lake Erie, Little Rocket Man, 20-1 upsetter from well off the pace.
There are some solid prices here. After 20-1, Little Rocket Man makes it 3 straight victories, giving him his 5th this season and 59th lifetime for that 8-year-old. Continues to rack up the W's. Trying to get the prices up on the screen with the 6'3 exacta, $374.40. Trifecta, $2,478.60. The 20-cent super, $1,459.26. And the pick 3, $861.80. Again, prices up on the screen, and there are some big ones. We were just 1 minute from race number 12. Here's that top down from the 11th. Line Drive Hanover was 7th. By the Missile 5th. Coach's Corner 2nd. Carbine 4th. Hullabaloo 6th. Little Rocket Man the winner. Scratch Charlie May. Why Not Now did not finish. Desperate Man 3rd. 752 461 Scratch DNF 3. We flip over here to race number 12. It is the Filly and Mare Open Handicap. Exacta trifecta. 20-cent super, $1 pick 3. Trevor Smith is on the 3, Somewhere Under Heaven. Scratch number 4, the Gypsy Queen. Scratch to a field of 8, and they're coming up just momentarily. Live racing action continues right back with a loaded filly and mare open pace. The One Fantastic Cruiser. Kurt Sugg drives for trainer Jessica Milner, cones with Andrew Koblenz and John Pasinich. 2, Beautiful Seaside, owned by Matt Rowe, trained by Logan Rowe. Chris Page sits behind. Number 3, Somewhere Under Heaven. Trevor Smith catch drives for trainer Steve Carter. Owners Jeff Fott Racing, Brian Carsey, Adam Friedland, and Carter. Scratch the 4, The Gypsy Queen. The 5, Rockin' Bambi. Elliot Eaton driving for owner-trainer Craig Stein. Six, A Delightful Act, owned by the Scalacci Stables. Sam Bova Racing and John Manning, trained by Jody Scalacci, using Hunter Myers. 7, Holy Stars, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Carr, and Dernberger Smith, trained by Ron Burke, Ronnie Wren Jr., Intel. 8, Strong Poison, Matt Cayley drives, trainer Virgil Morgan Jr., owners Let It Ride Stables and Odds On Racing. And from the second tier, the 9, Lideo. Aaron Merriman drives for trainer Randy Bendis, co-owns with Reed Broadway and the Pollock Racing. Back over in race number 11, it was the Battle of Lake Erie, and what a thrilling rendition of that. 4-wide sweep from Little Rocket Man, who took him 3 tries, but he got the victory in the $200,000 Battle of Lake Erie. Flip over here to race number 12. I took one shot against the 8 Strong Poison here. She's definitely the horse to beat. She comes off a 49-4 win at Scioto last time out. 49-2 the start before that. She is obviously a very talented mare. This is a horse that was a Breeders' Crown champion. She's definitely the horse to beat. I'm taking one shot against her with the 7 Holy Stars just because of the post edge that she has on the 8 Strong Poison. She made her first start in the Open last week and closed good ground to be 4th, 28-2 last quarter behind Soft Shot, who went down the road on the front. So Holy Stars had to close into a pace that stuck together, and ultimately was her first start stateside here in the United States. So second start comes over from Australia, moving into the Burke Barn, second start here. I thought that this one had a chance to move forward. I put her on top, trying to beat the 8 Strong Poison, who's the horse to beat. I put her second, and for third, I'll throw in the 6 Delightful Act. This is a horse that when she gets to the front, she's very game on the lead and doesn't like to lose, and she might be able to make the lead here, especially with the scratch of the Gypsy Queen to her inside. So a Delightful Act, maybe a long shot worth using there as well. Interesting race. I got it 7-8-6-9. Gold Bob 8-7-2-6. Best of luck. Race 12. Wings open up for tonight's 12th race. Open Filly and Mare Pace coming up. Here they come. They're off. They're pacing a delightful act. First away down the center. Beautiful Seaside has speed toward the inside. There goes Holy Stars, who's on the go for Wren. As they head around the first turn, a delightful act will cross over and make the lead. Beautiful Seaside is back to second. Holy Stars on the outside, racing third. Fantastic Cruiser at the rail is fourth. Strong Poison on the outside. Right now she's parked with cover while racing fifth. Then it's the Lydios down at the inside, racing in sixth. Somewhere Under Heaven, second last. Rockin' Bambi is the trailer. As Holy Stars is going to cross over a delightful act as they head to this opening quarter mark in 27-1. Strong Poison now on the outside. She's in a tough spot. She has to continue to march forward. Holy Stars has rail position and might just park Strong Poison here as they round the far turn. A delightful act is 2 lengths behind while racing third, getting a nice trip behind these dueling leaders, and 3 clear of Beautiful Seaside. Fantastic Cruisers in at the cones. Then Lydio, who's 2 clear of Somewhere Under Heaven, and Rockin' Bambi continues to trail. Strong Poison goes lap 1 without seeing a pylon. Halfway home in 55, taxing half mile for Strong Poison. She'll need a big effort tonight to win this one. Holy Stars races second. A delightful act opts to stay in as Paige swings Beautiful Seaside off the rim to be first up. Following that, Lydio second over. Down at the inside, Fantastic Cruiser. Somewhere Under Heaven vacates the rail. Rockin' Bambi's trailed throughout, and they gotta catch Strong Poison. Strong Poison across the backstretch with the lead. Beautiful Seaside is a half a length behind and bearing down on this big favorite. Holy Stars in at the inside. Then Lydio to 3/4 in 1:23-4. Into the far turn they go. Strong Poison still has the lead and pylon position. Beautiful Seaside is next. Rockin' Bambi, who was last, is trying to rev it up 3 wide. Outside of Lydio. Now Lydio will fan 3 wide, so Rockin' Bambi floated 4 wide. Holy Stars looks for a place to go. Strong Poison turns with the lead. Lydio's gathering up all the momentum down the center. So too is Rockin' Bambi. Here's Lydio striding forward to grab the lead. Lydio at 13-1 in front. Then Rockin' Bambi and Holy Stars, 153-2. Nine, 5, 7, 6 on the board, unofficial, making her way back to the winner's circle, number 9, Lydio. Owned by Randy Bendis, Reed Broadway, and the Pollock Racing, trained by Randy Bendis, driven to victory by Aaron Merriman, his second on the program. 5-year-old bay mare by Sweet Lou out of the Western Ideal Mare, Show the World. Bred by the Deo Valente Farms of New Jersey, 12th lifetime win, second this season. Lydio, 153-2, seasonal best. Exacta $303.60. Trifecta $1,491.20. Super $449.28. Top down, Fantastic Cruiser 6th, Beautiful Seaside 7th, Somewhere Under Heaven 8th. Scratch the Gypsy Queen, Rockin' Bambi 2nd, A Delightful Act 4th, Holy Stars 3rd, Strong Poison 5th, Lydio the winner. 6, 7, 8, scratch 2, 4, 3, 5, 1, flip to the 13th. The stakes action's not done. It's the $75,000 MGM Buckeye Distaff for 4-year-old and up Ohio sired mares. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent super high five, $25,000 estimated in the pool. Put Matt Kakaley on the 6th, smooth as Tennessee whiskey. 4 minutes.
Up next is race number 13, so it's time for the high five. Tonight's high five is the Ohio sired mares Buckeye Distaff, and there's a guaranteed pool of 25 grand. Very quality field we have here in the 13th. And when you're constructing a super high five, it's important to take a stand somewhere on your ticket, or it starts to get a little bit out of hand. So I'm going to put the 2 on top of my ticket and scroll them down from there. Racing for 3. This one has been racing in the Opens at Miami Valley and can leave or close. Post 2's the perfect starting spot for this one. And I think this is a standout in here. Should be your favorite, I'm thinking. At least I think he's the best horse in here. And I'll put him on, key him on top. Now, when you're playing the tickets on below on the ticket, I'm going to key 3 horses and then keep adding 1 on. So the 3 I'm adding here are the 1, 7, and 9 behind the 2. And the 7, Hey Mama's my second selection here. 10 to 1 in the morning. That computer that made that odds, that's crazy. 10 to 1. I mean, this horse is excellent. You have Bo Brown, Ronnie Wren in the bike. Ran some big miles in the Sire Stakes last year. If this one can find a good early spot from post 7, he should surely add value to your ticket. Then you have High Flying Philly. This is Burke and Page here. Gets the rail. High Flying Philly. Had a hard time graduating from the non-winners of 2 or 4. Then the Burke barn took it over and shooting right up the ladder to the invitationals. Now you're giving me the rail. Chris Page, this horse will have to be in the mix as well. And then the 9, Hang On Cowgirl. This one's been razor sharp the last couple of weeks. Very impressive second half miles. Now you get post 9, hangs back a little bit, patented late move. So I think that 2 over the 179 is the way to go on this ticket. And then you just keep adding 1 the rest of the way. So it's a $16.20 play for this Super High Five. Good luck.
On track for race number 13, it's the $75,000 MGM Buckeye Distaff for Ohio sired mares that are 4-year-olds and up. The one, High Flying Philly, owned by the Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi, trained by Ron Burke. Chris Page drives. 2, Racing for 3, owned by Carlo Racing and C2G Stable, trained by AJ Carlo, Trevor Smith, and the Sulky. 3, Terra Pasta, owned by the Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther, using Danny Noble. Jeremy Smith aboard the 4, Fear Our Faith, for trainer Randy Smith, owners Jessica and Amelia Smith. The 5 is Soft Spot, owned by Jeff Font Racing and Brian Carsey, trained by Walter Haynes Jr., using Jason Bartlett. 6, Smoothest Tennessee Whiskey, Matt Kikali drives, trainer Brian Haynes and owner Mackenzie Haynes. 7, Hey Hey Mama, owned by the Country Club Acres, Lehman, Joseph Rocco and the Acadia Farms, trained by Bo Brown, using Ronnie Wren Jr. 8, Do It Like Bobby, Austin Hanners drives, trainer David Elliott, owner Steven Sexton. And the 9, Hang On Cowgirl, owner trained by Stacy Curry, Billy Davis Jr. calls the shots. Back over in race number 12, Top Choice Holy Stars. Maybe just quite didn't get carried to the top of the stretch long enough by Strong Poison in front of her. She shook free late, ultimately third, with the 2 outer flow horses rolling late, including Merriman picking up his second, this one with Lydia. Flip over here to the 13th. Gulchi Bob and I both pretty similar here, actually. Going to the 2, Racing 4-3. This horse that exits the Open. She'd been racing against Strong Poison last week. Alexa Sky the week before that. So I thought that she'd been racing well. And last start in the Open was her first after 33 days off. So she comes back second start off the break. She's 5 for 12. She's been very talented this season. Last year, 6 for 17. Nice horse for the AJ Carlo barn. She's got a good post. I'm going to put her on top. For second, going to the 7, Hey Hey Mama. Made her first start after being scratched sick, so she had a week off. Came back as the beaten favorite. 53-1, though, is a taxing half. She got down there pretty quickly. Stopped a little late to be fourth, but they still went 51-1. She raced behind Fear Our Faith, but again, I thought that the race collapsed, and Fear Our Faith was the beneficiary of a big-time wicked half that they went. So, hey, Mama, this is her second start back after the scratch sick. I'll use her second, and for third, the 9, Hang On Cowgirl. Have to respect the local horse that was lights out a week ago. 3 wide sweep. She shot like a cannon across the backstretch. She has been super this season for the Stacy Curry barn. I'll use her third. 2794 for me. Gulchi Bob goes 2719. Best of luck. Race 13. It's up next. Starting car has reached the top of the backstretch, rolling for tonight's co-featured $75,000 MGM Buckeye Distaff, the one high-flying filly, Chris Page. Racing for 3, Trevor Smith. Terra Pasta, Dan Noble. Fear Our Faith, Jeremy Smith. Soft Spot, Jason Bartlett. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey, Matt Kaylee. Hey Hey Mama, Ronnie Wren Jr. Do It Like Bobby, Austin Hanners. And Hang On Cowgirl, Billy Davis Jr. 9 Ohio Sired Mares for the MGM Buckeye Distaff. They're on gate. And away they go. Soft Spot down the center has speed. Hey Hey Mama leaves for forward position, racing for 3s off the car well. Down to the inside, and High Flying Philly will get away in 4th as they round the first turn. They're followed by Do It Like Bobby, who's advancing up on the rim. Hang On Cowgirl from the second tier gets away next. Then it's Terra Pasta, who's doing better than Fear Our Faith. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is the trailer. So they worked their way to the midpoint of the backstretch first time. They're all behind Jason Bartlett and Soft Spot. Soft Spot leads the way to this opening quarter of 27 and 3. Racing for 3 is second. Hey Hey Mama third. Parked on the rim is Do It Like Bobby. High Flying Philly down at the inside. Terra Pasta will follow the parked cover. Stacked up is Fear Our Faith third up. Then it's Hang On Cowgirls being pinned in and shuffled all the way back to 8th. And Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey will vacate the rail. So they're 5 in and 4 out as they complete 3/8 and work their way to the halfway point. Just over 1 circuit to go. Soft Spot shows the way. She'll carve up the mile. Do It Like Bobby going the long route tonight. Halfway home in 3/4, it's been all Soft Spot who leads the way by 3 parts of a length. Do It Like Bobby with the tough journey. Racing for 3's had the perfect one and locked in. Terra Pasta fans 3 wide. 3/4, 124 and 4, 27 and 4. They step on the gas and move into the far turn. And Soft Spot is the leader. Racing for 3 will pop the deuce, and that gives room to Hey Hey Mama and Hang On Cowgirl, who will take the short route. Then Terra Pasta and Fear Our Faith. They turn for home, and Racing for 3 has powered to the lead. Soft Spot clinging to the second spot. Down at the inside is Hey Hey Mama, but in deep stretch, it's Racing for 3. Racing for 3 in front. Then it was Soft Spot and Hey Hey Mama. Then it was a photo between Hang On Cowgirl and Fear Our Faith to complete the high 5 in 1:54. Returning back to the winner's circle is the 2 Racing for 3, owned by the Carlo Racing and the C2G Stables. Ran by AJ Carlo. Trevor Smith, the winning driver. 4-year-old bay mare by Western Terror out of Boo Cat by All-American Native. Bred in Ohio by the owners. 13th career win and 6th this season. And making the trophy presentation to the winning connections, Kayla Andrioli. Now let's send it to the winner's circle where Gabe Pruitt stands by with winning driver Trevor Smith.
All right, thanks so much, Getty, standing by with Trevor Smith. And Trevor, take us through this trip. Worked out pretty well. You get a nice 2-hole trip there, and you got the room late.
Yeah, it actually worked out. I mean, it was nice that I could get out in the last turn. You know, she drifts out a little bit in the lane, so better than kind of having to throw her in the passing lane, so we got lucky tonight.
Yeah, and last start, she'd missed a little time before that. Obviously, you get shuffled there far back, but she did dive through the passing lane at Saudo.
She's such a fun horse to drive. She's so quick. She's so small. You can give her a 3-inch gap, and she'll find a way to get through it. And she just, that night, I slipped through, and, you know, it was fun banking down that turn, and, oh, boy, was she getting it.
Yeah, she was loaded there in the late stages. Any concern tonight that you were going to get pinned in there? Obviously, the horse in the lead did keep going.
Yeah, a little bit down the backside when Jason called on his horse. It kind of had me a little worried, but, you know, Austin's horse got a little tired, so I knew in the lane, or, you know, in the turn, it was going to open up, so I was happy then.
Perfect trip, perfect drive, and it's racing for 3 as the favorite. Gets it done here in the 13th race. The Distaff, the final stakes event of the night.
The results are official: 2-5, 7-9, and 4. Congratulations again to Racing 4-3 driver Trevor Smith with the victory. Here's the prices: exacta $13.20, trifecta $85.20. The pick 6 pays 4 of 6 for $8.30, so we'll roll over $1,337 over to tomorrow night. High $538.58. Top down, high flying Phillies, 7th, racing for 3, the winner. Terrapasta, 6th, Fear Our Faith was 5th. Soft Spot, 2nd, Smoothest Tennessee Whiskey was 8th. Hey Hey Mama, 3rd, Do It Like Bobby, 9th, Hang On Cowgirl, 4th. 7-1-6-5-2-8-3-9-4. The racing's not done. We still got 3 races to go. Up next, the 6th and final division of the Buckeye Stallion Series. Put Chris Page on the 7, Drinking My Baby Goodbye. 3 minutes. Sixth and final division of Buckeye Stallion Series Pacers up to the track. 1 Just Barley, owned by Isaiah Terry Shrake, trained by Isaiah Shrake. Billy Davis Jr. in tow. 2 Bang Bang Bang, owned by Smoglio, Richardson, Norman Ray Racing, and Morris, trained by Christy Noble, Dan Noble drives. 3 My Legend, Ronnie Wren Jr. drives, trainer John Ackley, the CT Stables, and Thomas Cave. Wayne Mass Jr. and Jonathan Mass co-own the 4 Noble Dale. Elliot Deaton calls the shots for Darren Harvey. 5's Magic by the Sea, owned by Bob Troyer, trained by Chris Hirschberger, using Jeremy Smith. 6 Racing Spirit, owned by Martin Budke, trained by Michael Arnold. Aaron Merriman sits behind. 7 Drinking My Baby Goodbye, owned and trained by Daniel Hale. Chris Page in the sulky. 3 Margarita Shot is the 8. Jessica Smith owns, Randy Smith trains, Jason Bartlett drives. And the 9, Here's Popeye, owned by Here's the Stock Incorporated, and Annie Wilfer Carr, trained by Jessica McCowan. Cam McCowan drives. Back over in race number 13, Top Choice Racing for 3 at 4-5 picks up the victory. As we flip over here to race number 14, I went to the 5 Magic by the Sea. This horse that, other than the second-tier start, has been able to go forward. Finished second in the Iron Maiden Series final here from Northfield with a pretty big half of 55 seconds. So they were rolling up front. He ended up finishing second behind Ego Trip, but then responded with back-to-back victories in the series over at Scioto. Finished 6th in the final, but torched up on the front, 54-3. Stopped late to be 6th, but Magic by the Sea, if he can get a little bit more of a pace edge, softer fractions up front, I think he's the horse to beat. Put him on top. Second, I'll use the 2 Bang Bang Bang. Makes just his 3rd career start. He's improved qualifier to first start to second start. Was only beaten 3 lengths. Has a good post. I'll use here a 2nd. And for 3rd, going to the 9, Here's Popeye. A winner last out from the second tier. 53-1 mark. Before that, finished second behind Magic by the Sea twice, so definitely respect him here. 5296 for me. Gold Shoe Bob 7569. Best of luck. Wings open up for the 14th. Here they come. They're off. They're pacing. Magic by the Sea. Down the center. Flashes good speed. Bang, bang, bang toward the inside. My Legend and Just Barley are off the top flight as they head around the first turn. Bang, bang, bang cuts the corner. Magic by the Sea drives up and grabs the lead. So Magic by the Sea takes over. Bang, bang, bang. Back to second. My Legend comes out third. Just Barley gets away racing in fourth. Two clear. Here's Popeye. From the second tiers racing next. Then it's Noble Dale ahead of Racing Spirit. Two back to Drinking My Baby Goodbye. 3 Margarita Shot is the trailer. Quarter time's a quick one. 27 seconds. Magic by the Sea and Jeremy Smith into the far turn with the lead by 2 as he tries to ration out this speed. Bang, bang, bang races second. My Legend tries to tighten in from third. Just Barley at the cones racing in fourth. Here's Popeye is next. 2 clear of Noble Dale. Then Racing Spirit. It's 2 back to Drinking My Baby Goodbye. 3 Margarita Shot is still the trailer. So they chase the favorite, Magic by the Sea. He's on top by a length and a half and completes the first circuit in 55-4, so he's just let loose on the front. Magic by the Sea on top. Bang, bang, bang. Continuing to be second. My Legend third. Here's Popeye. Will swing off the rail to take a shot first up. Just Barley down at the inside and flanked now by Noble Dale. Then Racing Spirit, Drinking My Baby Goodbye. And 3 Margarita Shot. 5 in, 4 out as they travel to 3 quarters. Magic by the Sea getting everything he can handle from Bang, 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 who's at his throat latch. And they're past 3 quarters in 1:24-2. Into the far turn they go. Magic by the Sea starting to respond under the pressure. Opens back up by a length. Bang, bang, bang. First over journey still within the thick of it. My Legend right there. Gap of 3 to Just Barley. There's an eighth of a mile left to go. Magic by the Sea clings to a very short lead. Bang, bang, bang on the outside. Continues to gain good ground. And My Legend dives to the inside. Magic by the Sea still there. Here comes My Legend shooting through in the passing lane. My Legend and Ronnie Wren Jr. Then Magic by the Sea and Bang, Bang, Bang. 154-1. Into the winner's circle, the 3, My Legend, by the CT Stables and Thomas Cave, trained by John Ackley, driven to victory by Ronnie Wren Jr. His second win on the program. 3-year-old bay gelding by a Bit of a Legend out of Ami Darlin by Badlands Hanover, bred by Susan Woodyard of Ontario, Canada. First win this season, second lifetime for My Legend. 154-1. Exacta $73.40. Trifecta $289. Pick 3 $346.10. The pick 4 $18,241.80. The 20-cent super $224.06. Top down, just barley. 4th, bang, bang, bang. 3rd, my legend, the winner. Nobledale. 8th, Magic by the Sea. 2nd, Racing Spirit. 5th, Drinking My Baby Goodbye was 9th. 3 Margarita Shot. 6th, here's Popeye. 7th, 4-3-1, 8-2-5, 9-6-7. Flip to the 15th. Start of the late double. Dan Noble on the 3. Luxury Living. 1 minute. Horses work their way out to the track for tonight's 15th race. It's the start of the late double. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent super, late double wagering. 1 Talking Me Turbo, owned by Melissa Burns and Casey and Caitlin Kelly, trained by Larry Clayball using Luke Ebersol. The 2, Mini Bar Hanover. Kurt Sugg drives, trainer Eddie Miller, owners Rebecca Sugg, Jamie Miller, and the Watson Harness Racing. 3, Luxury Living. Dan Noble drives, trainer Kent Sherman and owner Daryl Sherman. 4, G's Independence, owned and trained by Justin Mullett using Aaron Merriman. 5, Weedle Sweets, owned by Joe Nesselroe, trained by Melvin Byler. Elliot Deaton calls the shots. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives number 6, Loaded with Creatine, for owner-trainer Whitney Johnson. 7, Uncle Joe, owned by Shelby Cheadle, trained by Earl Owings, using Austin Hanners. 8, COVID Cartel, owned by the North Star Stable, training driven by John Wengard. And the 9, Swan Last Sassy, owned by Derek Knapp, trained by Corey Kreiser, Billy Davis Jr. in the bike. Back over in race number 14. Top Choice Magic by the Sea set the pace, ended up finishing second. We flip over here to the 15th. Golchi Bomb and I both go to the 3, Luxury Living. Nice effort last time to be second. That was with Kurt Sugg driving. Now you get the hands of Dan Noble here tonight, the horse that has had some excuses. Not sure what happened. 2 back, maybe just didn't handle the sloppy track. Before that had the second tier, and before that made a break. So definitely some excuses you could argue the last few weeks, and when he's been able to stay flat and things go her own way, she's raced well with a 4th place finish, 5 starts back in second last time. She'll be a good price. I'll put her on top. For second, using the 5, Weedle Sweets, down the road at Scioto last time out. And also was a wire-to-wire winner here at Northfield, 2 back, so she's on a 2-race win streak, 5 for 16 this season, racing well. Has done her best when she's been on the lead. Not quite sure she's going to get the front here tonight. I left her second, but if she can go forward, certainly can be a deciding factor when it's all said and done. For third, I'll use the 2 Minibar Hanover. Consistent, never too far away at the finish, and I'll use third. 3-5-2-1 for me. Golchi Bob, 3-6-5-4. Best of luck. This field in the hands of the starter. Here they come. They're off. They're trotting. Weedle Sweets down the center has speed. Takami Turbo tries to protect rail position. Mini Bar Hanover is next. Swan Last Sassy from the second tier slides up. Loaded with creatine on the accelerator early to pass a few. Luxury Living will come out next as they race on to the back stretch. They're followed by G's Independence, who's racing outside of COVID Cartel and Uncle Joe, who are the two trailers. So they work across the backstretch. Talk at Me. Turbo is the leader. Luke Ebersol took a peek over his shoulder, and he sees Weedle Sweets, the 8-5 favorite, marching forward, under urging at the quarter in 28 seconds. Minibar Hanover in third. Swan Last Sassy racing in fourth. And Talk at Me Turbo not letting Weedle Sweets by yet. These two continue to battle up front. Now Weedle Sweets should be able to step over, and she'll have the lead. Talk at Me Turbo second. Minibar Hanover third. Swan Last Sassy in fourth, loaded with creatine, swings off the rail for Wren. Luxury Living will pick up that move and be second up there for Dan Noble as they come to the halfway point, all behind Weedle Sweets. Weedle Sweets still the leader, past half in 57 and 2. Talk Me Turbo at the inside as Minibar Hanover swings off the rail. Swan Last Sassy's down at the cones and pinned in by Loaded with Creatine. Then Uncle Joe takes the short route. Luxury Living is stacked up with excess cover, so too is G's Independence fourth up. COVID Cartel, the trailer. Meanwhile, Weedle Sweets has a 2-length lead as they travel across the backstretch. Mini Bar Hanover fully extended wall first up and not gaining at the moment. Down at the inside, Talk at Me Turbo, loaded with creatine, ready to fan 3 wide. Then Swan Last Sassy, who looks for a place to go, with Luxury Living next. 3/4, 127 and 2, and they head into the far turn behind Weedle Sweets. Weedle Sweets with the advantage, loaded with creatine, continuing her 3 wide bid. Mini Bar Hanover between rivals, Talking Me Turbo down at the inside. They come to the top of the stretch, and Loaded with Creatine is bearing down on Weedle Sweets, and Loaded with Creatine has powered past. Give Ronnie Wren a hat trick as Loaded with Creatine goes back to back. Then Weedle Sweets in either Talking Me Turbo or Mini Bar Hanover in 158 and 1. Into the winner's circle, the 6, Loaded with Creatine, who's owned and trimmed by Whitney Johnson. Ronnie Wren Jr. picks up his 3rd on the program. 5-year-old Big Gelding by Creatine out of the American winner mare Charmed again, 158 and 1. Exacta $30.20. Trifecta $156.80. 20-cent Super $47.12. Top Down Talk to Me Turbo 3rd, Mini Bar Hanover 4th, Luxury Living 7th, G's Independent 6th. Weedle Sweet 2nd, Loaded with Creatine the winner. Uncle Joe 9th, COVID Cartel 8th, Swan Last Sassy 5th, 347 621 985. Flip to the finale, Eric Tharps Jr. on the 4, new number, Who Dis? Exacta Trifecta 20 cents, Superfecta 2 minutes. On track for the finale, number 1, Yippee Hanover. Owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Brews, Shemmy and Zito, trimmed by Ron Burke, Ronnie Wren Jr. drives. 2, Girl Scout Cookie, owned and trimmed by Marion Chop, Billy Davis Jr. in the sulky. 3, Diamond Tequila Shot, by Rick Sanger, trimmed by Bill Rhodes using Aaron Merriman. Eric Tharps Jr. drives the 4, new number Who Dis for owner-trainer Michael Durantz. 5, Navaggio, with Scalacci Stable, Sam Bova Racing, John Manning and Joel Warner, trimmed by Jody Scalacci using Austin Hanners. 6, Osceola Hanover, owned by Stephen and Eric Butler, trimmed by Melvin Byler using Kurt Sugg. 7, Philly Speaks, James Day drives and trains for the Power Play Racing Indy 7. 8's Come Out and Play, owned by Kiera LeBert, trimmed by Tisha Symes using Luke Ebersol. And the 9, Future Ex-Wife, owned and trimmed by Craig Stein with the services of Elliot Deaton. Here in the finale, Goldie Bob and I both trying to get out with the 1, Yippee Hanover. She's the favorite from the rail. Drops down to now winners 5,000. Also improves her post and makes her second start in the Burke Barn. Thought there was a ton to like about her. For second, I'll use the 6 Osceola Hanover. A second and a third in her last 2 efforts. When she's sharp, she puts in nice races, and 4 of her last 5 have been pretty good. So I'm going to respect her here, and I'll, at a price, try and spice it up with the favorite. And for third, throwing in the 8, Come Out and Play. Only beating the neck last time. Has post 8 to overcome. But nonetheless, if things heat up at all, maybe can work out something for some minors. 1682 for me, Gulchi Bob 1853. Best of luck here in the finale. 16th race wings open. We thank everyone that watched and wagered on our 16-race Battle of Lake Erie program. 38th Battle of Lake Erie is in the books. We hope you enjoyed your evening here from MGM Northfield Park. Live racing resumes tomorrow with a first post of 6 p.m. They're on gate for the finale. They're off, they're pacing. New number, Who Dis? Fires out down the center. Yippee Hanover toward the inside. Protects rail position into the pocket spot from the second tier. Future ex-wife gets up to be third. The rest will float out just from there. Girl Scout Cookie gets away in fourth. Then Diamond Tequila Shot, who comes out fifth. Navaggio next. Osceola Hanover, Philly Speaks, and Come Out and Play are the trailers. So they work their way to the midpoint of the backstretch for the first time. Yippee Hanover does not want to sit in the pocket, so Ren's on the go, trying to take over from new number Who Dis past the opening quarter mark of 27 and 4. Yippee Hanover bet down to 1-5 and is now the face of the field. New number Who Dis. Girl Scout Cookie works up uncovered. New number Who Dis locked in the box. Diamond Tequila Shot spotted second over for Merriman. Down at the cones is future ex-wife. Third up, Navaggio. Stacked up excess cover. Osceola Hanover, who came to the outside, dropped back to the rail to sit in the 4-hole and be 7th. Come Out and Play flanks that one. Philly Speaks 9th and last. They're paired up going to 3/4. Yippee Hanover and Girl Scout Cookie are on even terms. Now Girl Scout Cookie's a half a length in front. Yippee Hanover needs to do better and find more. Diamond Tequila Shot ready to fan 3 wide. Then Navaggio Come Out and Play from the back is already 3 wide. At the inside, new number Who Dis. 3/4 in 1, 26 and 3. And Girl Scout Cookie has a short lead. Yippee Hanover at the inside still fights on. Navaggio is splitting rivals looking for a place to go. Come Out and Play is 4 deep. Then Diamond Tequila Shot, they turn for home. Yippee Hanover's gone. She just self-imploded as Girl Scout Cookie has the lead. Has to hold off Navaggio and Diamond Tequila Shot. 2-prong battle. Diamond Tequila Shot. Diamond Tequila Shot nails Girl Scout Cookie. Navaggio third, 156 and 4. Three, 2, 5, and 8, unofficial. Back to the winner's circle for the third time this evening. It's leading driver Aaron Merriman aboard the 3 Diamond Tequila Shot, owned by Rick Sanger and trained by Bill Rhodes. 51st career win, first this season for Diamond Tequila Shot in 156 and 4. Exacta $162.20. Trifecta $1,387.40. The late double $82.80. 20-cent super $776.22. Top down Yippee Hanover 9th, Girl Scout Cookie 2nd, Diamond Tequila Shot the winner, New Number Who Dis was 6th. Navaggio 3rd, Osceola Hanover was 5th. Philly Speak 7th, Come Out and Play 4th. Future Ex-Wife 8th, 921-635-748. That concludes live racing tonight. I'm track announcer Kenny Livingood. We hope you enjoyed your evening here from MGM Northfield Park. Thank you for joining us on Battle 2024. That's a wrap, and we'll see you back tomorrow night.